yes, that or like hand caught salmon that I, grill and roasted over a fire.
I stick to beef because I'll burn and dry out the chicken if I do the poultry, and fish cooks pretty quick too. So
How about
I have most success with
how about
beef.
venison? I feel like Scott might have some venison cuts that he could grill up.
I will be grilling something called presa iberica. It's like the best you can get from like Iberican pork. It's like the very best of the good stuff you can find.
I need to import some Argentinian beef.
I got you covered. I lived there for 5 years. You tell me which part of the cow you want, and I'll have it shipped to your house.
No doubt, because that was the best ever.
You guys did vacío, right? Like I saw your videos. You guys did vacío at Don Julio.
Buenos
Yeah.
Aires.
I know, but you guys ate vacío. It's called vacío. The cut.
Was it
Oh no,
the stuff that came before the main dish?
It, it,
is that
it's a
the?
piece of beef that you can recognize it easily because it basically melts.
That's not the gizzard, is it?
Uh, it's called vacío. I don't know, like
Is
VACIO. Just do Google search vacío, Argentinian meat, and you will
if
see it.
if that was the first day, that was the absolute best. What Canessa's talking about, which I think a lot of people, I tried it. I made myself. We got a little appetizer of the gizzards and
Mollejas,
It was gland.
the
It was
yeah the
mollejas, right?
okay. Um, Not many people enjoyed it. It's a texture thing because yeah, it's kind of mushy, kind of weird.
A gizzard is
Um,
part of a bird because birds don't have teeth. They swallow rocks, and it's a muscle that goes before their esophagus, and that's how they mechanically digest their food. So cows don't have gizzards; they got four stomachs. Are you thinking
well,
of
it
intestines?
it was a
no
plate that had both
something
intestines and it was a gland from their neck. So we got
like
Then what
intestine.
you guys ate was chinchulines and mollejas.
Okay, and it was like a gizzard
Yeah, I can imagine
project. It was like it was similar, very
like
similar.
crispy, crunchy intestines, and then something that had a texture or that looked like a brain.
It was mushy like a
and
Yeah, that's the
gizzard.
one. It's fucking good.
It was tasty. It was good tasting, but the texture was just not appealing to me. I made myself try it. A lot of people just pushed
It's
it
an
aside.
acquired taste. It's like blue cheese, you know.
we've made poor old guy. We've bullied him into coming up. We've been just talking grilling, and he's like, "All right, come on, guys, let me handle this." So, old guy, if you got to run back to work soon, you can go. But welcome. How are you today?
Hey, doing wonderful. Hi, everybody. Say hi to the world here.
Hello,
Hello,
world.
hello.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of people surrounding me. They're listening to it right now. So I just wanted to jump on real quick. I don't have a whole lot of time. But yes, that is, we are working on a Olympics grill-off. It's going to be hopefully in the next week here that I can throw everything out there for everybody to see. I wanted to have it done before this, but unfortunately I'm working 6 days a week right now. I can barely even make it onto DCL. So that's one of it. Scott, you also asked what else we're doing for the future. A few weeks ago, I had mentioned on here that I was looking to build a game. I'm still looking for somebody. If they would like to collaborate with me and try to figure out how to build the game that I would like to build, I still would like to do that on my 2x2. The other thing is we have a lot of things going on. One Existence, I'm working on a little project with him, as he spoke about. I'm also working on a little project with Bio. So right now, I've got a lot of irons in the fire. I'm just trying to make it so that when the bull run hits, I'm ready to go. Unfortunately, real life gets in the way sometimes. So, love y'all. I don't have a whole lot of time. I do have to get back to my team. So y'all have a great day.
Thank you so much, old guy. We'll be in touch. And yeah, real life comes first, but we will be here, and we are firing up the grills, and we'll be waiting in the shadows. So thank you so much for coming up.
So get your cameras ready, and pick a choice of meat, film yourself grilling it up, and get it ready for the Grill Olympics.
You know what would be fun is to choose what the other person is going to grill. Like I could choose, like I could say, one existence. I want you to go to the store, get some, I don't know, crawdads. Well, no, they don't do crawdads at the store. How about some clams and some shrimp or something? And then you're like, all right, Canessa, like I see what you got going on. I want you go get some cow tongue, and grill that up. Like, and then you gotta like do it.
The idea is to eat these things afterwards, right?
Totally.
Absolutely.
Okay, so that narrows us down a lot, Canessa, with what you can grill. But yeah, that would be better, because if you get to choose, then it's like handicap on golf. Like you already have some experience grilling some things, so you're gonna maybe go for that. This will add the challenge degen aspect that we're all looking at, and maybe we can do some side bets. Ay ay ay.
That would be awesome.
Well, I think he's wanting to do some sort of competition, like, I guess, probably like that. Right now, he's doing the Olympic thing, so.
Can we still bet on the Olympics, like side bets, a little bit?
Sure.
A
I
little bit
don't.
of side betting.
You know what? Underground, dark web, wherever wherever you want to go, place your bets. Go for it. My grill's not blowing up this year. I won't let it. I would love to see somebody make grill a vegetarian meal, though. That just makes me giggle.
Oh man, that's totally possible. I used to work for a restaurant that made these jackfruit tacos. And like how they would do it is like they would take the jackfruit and then they would like kind of shred it up to kind of get the shreddiness of like shredded pork or and stuff like that. And then they would like as they're grilling it, they're like adding the flavoring and stuff. By the time it got on the taco shell, it tasted like pork.
That would be tasty. I was a vegetarian for 13 years, and I would love to see somebody grill some stuff up, because there's a lot of options out there, and I think there's more options than there used to be.
And I thought it was just mushrooms and eggplant.
There's like a lot of, I mean, if they wanted to do like a meat substitute, but then that's pretty much just like cooking a meat. Just
Oh, well, and then we come back to the texture thing. Couscous is gross. Sorry, but it is.
Allow me to tell you how jackfruit can end world hunger. That's a whole nother rabbit hole to go down.
I'm intrigued. I don't think I've ever had jackfruit.
And
Quinoa.
look up a jackfruit. Like look it up on Google or whatever. It's like this huge fruit, and then like when you cut it open, it's got like these little pockets that you can like rip out, and that's like its meat. So yeah, people apparently make it taste like pork.
Or is this like the mythical jackalope? You gonna send me down a road?
No. The jackfruit's actually is a real fruit. It's actually very it's very underrated in my opinion because it's like from what I've read is like that it's like super easy to grow, low maintenance, can grow in like most parts of the world, and like like one harvest could feed a lot of people, and can I think it could also grow year round. So yeah, there's that.
Well, to take it back to what Scott was asking earlier, like what we want to see done here, I think it's exactly what we're talking about. Things like this that aren't just go to a party, plop your avatar there, hit your emote, and then go slightly AFK, and you know check in when you hear your name is tagged. Like I think it needs to be way more interactive, like this kind of stuff. That's just I don't know. I think that that's going to be more meaningful. It's less, yeah, just more ways to integrate the real world with Decentraland, with the metaverse. That's personally what I would love to see. Like I wish I had 1,000 hours in a day. I've got ideas I wish I could put in my worlds, but it's just sadly, it just we don't have enough time in the day. But yeah, so kudos to old guy for pushing this because I think it's cool and new, and I hope he includes like a recipe book. I guess that means we'll have to include our recipes too.
Upon entering this competition, old guy reserves all rights towards your recipes, and don't worry, I got you, old guy. I'm writing your terms of service right now. Don't worry, I got you. I'm gonna.
Somebody did a free mint on base for a cookbook. I think that's still going on with this base of summer thing. If anybody's familiar with that. Actually, I think I got 2 or 3 of them. No, I only got 1. Sorry. Thinking out loud, I guess.
Are you talking on-chain summer?
Yeah, that thing on
Yeah.
base. There's a cookbook one out.
Yeah, oh my gosh, there's so much on base because of on-chain summer. There's music, there's 2D NFTs, there's 3D NFTs. Yeah, there's a lot. So it does not surprise me that there's a cookbook.
And Make, welcome back up.
Okay, first of all, I incredibly apologize for my rudeness, but the reason I'm here is because I love y'all so fucking much. And as much as the golf is fun, you guys are way better. So sorry. Where I was before all these things, one, I am now the oldest guy working at a photo studio, and I'm getting trained for 3 weeks. And since it's been 20 years and I'm being told what to do, it's been very emotional. But one of the models had Decentraland. He's like, "Oh, well, I bought some, but I'm like, I don't know. You should come hang out." And they totally did. So it's amazing what happens when we're just out there in the universe, like talking to people, meeting people, and just being honest and real with what we're doing. And they were there last night. So we got a parcel owner who could come vibe. Two, I was saying Pinch is absolutely amazing from the Juice fam. Sin, I know you wanted Juice. I really hope you get to meet them because it's a whole new vibe, you know? Uh, yeah. And I think we're in for a real surprise right now. I think it's lightening up, and I think people are taking a better approach to what we're doing, regardless of the word NFT or anything. But people are coming to virtual environments to come have an experience, and it is happening, you know? Um, Also, for all the family out there, I got 2 more weeks of training, feeling like a very old man. So if I don't come out as much or support, it is not because I think I'm too cool. It is because I am too old. So I love you guys. Sin, Kanessa, I am so stoked. I am still winning, but don't tell anybody. And I'm really sorry I wasn't trying to be rude. I was just trying to love y'all.
No, I mean you weren't rude or anything. It wasn't annoying. It was like just casual, like background, like golf course ASMR. Like we heard the like the swing and the impact with the ball, and then like it hitting the ground, or we were hearing all of it like in a very subtle way. It wasn't like in our face. It was more like
You've
background.
watched you've watched golf on TV, right?
I do watch golf.
Exactly like that.
Listen,
It wasn't any worse.
I've been getting up at like 6, fighting through traffic, going all day, trying to make music, trying to participate still. I am so over emotional and overtired. We went for 3.5 hours last night. And dude, I think that was the best night I've ever been a part of Decentraland. And it had so much to do with the fact that we're doing what we're doing, you know? I don't know. I haven't heard final numbers, but it sounded like 70 plus people stopped by. So that's a real fucking party with real special people. And it started quite legitimately in here, right? I mean, and I gotta apologize. I'm trying so hard. I have made so many emails and begged. I know Sinful knows, but I'm really trying to, really trying to fix the deer and the clown. For any of you out there that have them, just know I have been lightly begging to get them fixed. It's a process, you know. Toxic, you're just one of the best people. If y'all don't go and get a green screen, somebody stop. And Biometa now has a new wearable. If you didn't win one, get one, because he's out there helping everybody else. I love you guys so much. I'm going to buy a beer and go take a nap. Good night.
Make, thanks for stopping by. You're right. Last night's party, it did hit a little bit different. I don't know, maybe it's just, yeah, the dynamics, like maybe, yeah, who knows? Fam just showing up. It's, yeah, it was awesome. So, but take care of yourself, take care of life. Life comes first, and glad to see that you're doing some stuff and teach those whippersnappers, a thing or two about photography.
They're teaching me a lot
I was
about analytics. I'm actually quite disappointed.
Damn. I don't know. Oh, sorry about that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, take care, Meg. Take care, and also, yeah. I mean, it's funny. You're saying you're the oldest in the office, but you taught a whippersnapper something about technology.
I showed them a new way to use a C stand yesterday. They never saw, and they were like, "Oh, I didn't know you could do that." So, who knew you could use a stand different? It's just a stand.
Who knew? Who
Hey,
knew?
and we found a new Decentraland friend because I was there. Life is bizarre.
Life is bizarre. Well, thank you, Meg, for being up here, and yeah, I mean, if anyone would like to come up and speak, ask any questions about the Decentraland, you're more than welcome to. Make sure to like and retweet. And yeah, let's keep the conversation going if there are any more topics that we can cover.
I did post something to the top. I don't know. I feel like I might just get like skewered by this one. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, Foundation or somebody. But I don't think that like when the client comes out, that land on the border, it will not be on the ocean. It will be 2 parcels away from the ocean. So it's really hard to explain unless you see it. I was looking like in Argentina. We got to test the client. I saw a piece of land. I like just randomly jumped to it and thought, like said to, I don't know who I was next to, but I was like, oh my gosh, can you imagine being that person with that parcel? And like you're so close, but you're still so far away from the ocean. And I took a picture of it. And then when I got back, I went to the same parcel and realized that that is actually land bordering the edge of the map. So I don't know, just I would kind of prefer them to like at least address it before the client goes live, because I think that there'll be disappointed people that if it does go live and everybody, like the closest person is two parcels away from the ocean, maybe it's got to be there. Maybe it's a buffer that I can understand that maybe there's just no way to get it closer for some reason. Maybe they just want like a natural area between land. But I think that there's people buying land will probably be a little upset because if you look at the parcel view, map, like the marketplace where land is for sale, the parcels on the edge look like they're going to be right on the ocean, whereas then when you go in world and you look at the satellite view, they're not. So check that out. The bottom picture shows you actually like an item, like side by side comparison. Otherwise it is kind of hard to understand what I'm saying. But if you feel so inclined, feel free to click on that and then upvote on Canny. It's been there a few days, but I haven't seen them respond. Maybe it'll change. I don't know. Maybe that was just the state that it was in. Maybe it'll change before it's released, but definitely think we want to be as close as possible to that water.
Right.
Thank you.
That little space just sounds like it could be turned into like a beach, a beachfront.
Yeah, I mean you can see in the picture there's trees in front of you. So like you would, if you had land on the edge, there could very well be a tree right in front of your view of the ocean. The last picture is the one that you can actually see it in the new client. So yeah, I don't know. And like I said, maybe it'll be released and it's not even going to be there. Maybe it's not an issue, but I just would rather have them like at least consider it before then, or like tell us, yeah, it's okay. Because otherwise, if we yeah get to step foot in world and we're like, oh, this is cool, so close, yet so far away. I don't know. I think we don't have to do that. And let's see, Biometa, good morning. How are you? Got your hand up? Or not morning? I don't know. It's afternoon. I still have like 26 minutes of morning, but good afternoon.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Good afternoon, Canessa, Sinful. Shout out to my brother Make, Scott, One Existence, Argent, Pinch, everybody in the room. Rollo, I see you, brother, down there. Bitfiend as well. Just want to give a shout out to everybody that came through yesterday and tapped in with us. Appreciate you guys. It was a very big party. I'm pretty excited, honestly, to see the population sort of coming back again from what we saw a couple years ago. A lot of improvement within the platform has been going down lately. I'm seeing a lot of good news coming soon. I did hear a couple of people earlier speak about the mobile app. Just it's out there already, guys. It's there. I've used it. Currently using it right now. In fact, I'm actually at the DCL community space on the mobile app right now, just chilling in there. And it's pretty cool because it works, and it's something that's going to connect a lot more diverse communities and diverse backgrounds to the accessibility of Decentraland. A lot of us always, were restricted by only having access through a computer or a PC or a laptop of some sort, right? So I'm really bullish on this and hoping that the organization that the DAO member that's behind this development gets all the support that they need from us, the community itself, and from the foundation as well, and from all the outsiders as well that potentially might be using that application in the long run. It's very, very important that we support our developers because our developers are really the leading forefront of the technology and the future of the evolution of Decentraland. And I think that they deserve a little more credit than what they do have already, even though they do have the utmost, foremost credit and respect from everybody. But it's always good to highlight those that are putting in a lot of work as well. Sinful and Canessa specifically with the spaces that they have, community building, inside the metaverse as well in Decentraland, the marketing promotions and the new onboards, the events that they do. All of us are bringing in so much value. I think 2024 has been one of the biggest years of accomplishments and achievements within Decentraland as a community as a whole. And I'm pretty excited to see what 2025 may have in store for each and every one of us as a project, as an individual, and as a platform foundation overall. That being said, as well, keep in mind, guys, we are the future of the technology. And sometimes I get a lot of us want to monetize, but sometimes we have to step back a little and see things for a bigger cause, for a bigger reason. And I think a lot of us here in the community have done that already, have implemented a very big change in our own form or shape of way. And I think this is where we're at today. What we're seeing is the effects of all of us coming together and I'm really really excited to see that the community is sort of becoming more of a unified family now. I believe that the decentralized aspect of the Web3 And any investment that has to do with projects or metaverse platforms or anything community driven or orientated must first be thought of as a community understanding where social skills between communication specifically is vital. And I think we have proven that exactly. With many forefront leaders setting the stone and paving the way for many. I think Scott is one of many as well that I want to highlight as the forefront leaders of many that are standing around us and paving the way for many new members to come in. So shout out to Scott as well. Everyone at the ABC tours, Billy always showing each and every week new areas of Decentraland and highlighting everyone that's yet to be even known, maybe publicly, of building in DCL and giving them their shine as well. I think that's very utmost, first and foremost, the most very important thing is awareness, right? One existence as well. Always jumping around multiple metaverses and bringing them to Decentraland. Us as the DAO, I think that in the long run, it would be good to think of a DAO funding between us, right? As the community is driven. I think a lot of our upgrades that we depend on the foundation, if the foundation will pass us over this platform in the future, I think it's good for us to start preparing now and creating some sort of DAO treasury between us as a community, which there is one already, obviously, but a separate treasury that can act as a foundational funding for what foundation purposes may be, right? Just to give some sort of alliance assistance there. We are a part of an investment, right? This is our investment. And as investors, we must have the foremost, or should I say, the first impression of the best intentions for the platform. And sometimes it comes in with a little bit of elbow grease. So congrats to everybody, Make, Pinch, Rallo, all of you guys, Decentraland Brazil, Jim Cedric, my boy again, Decentraland DAO community and everybody. My boys out here is doing good. Bitfiend as well. He's learning a lot of coding. All of us are growing in this platform. So I just want to give everybody their kudos, their taps in the back. Let's keep developing. Let's keep growing. There's a lot of things coming soon with Vita TV that I hope you guys will all enjoy. I do it for you guys, and I hope each and every one of us can also pinch in what we're creating and share with everybody as a whole. It's the only way that this project that we're building, Decentraland, will succeed. Becoming unified. Unification is key. We've seen that in the IRL world. Against our own centralized governments, we've seen unification as a public, as the community, as citizens also come together to fight for bigger causes. And I think this is one of those examples where we take from the centralized world and bring it into the decentralized vision and aspect of us being that forefront and decentralizing what that means and bringing it here with that routine as well. Thank you again, everybody. Appreciate you, Sinful and Canessa, for letting me come up here and just blabbing away, right? So Bao does best. So thank you guys, Toxic. I see you as well. Keep doing what you're doing. Pixelia, mi hermano, te quiero mucho. Bendiciones. Tú sabes cómo es, mi hermano. Representando a la gente latino, mundial. Sigue creyendo, mi hermano. Te quiero mucho y sigue con la vida para adelante, mi hermano. Thank you again, guys. Love you all. Have a blessed day. I know it's somewhere in the morning around the world. So good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Have a blessed day, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bio. Yeah, I was looking at the main Decentraland Discord. You mentioned like developers, and it was interesting just to see some of the developers trying to take their own project from SDK 6 to SDK 7 and the frustration that they were feeling, having to sign up for a wait list for the transition team to help them with that, and looks like being pretty frustrated that that has to happen. These are businesses, these are places that they just want their product to work. So I definitely think that anytime that there's somebody that we can help, let them know, like, not that we can help them convert SDK to SD6 to 7, but I think that just keeping an eye on those forums also, and like putting them in touch with the right resources if that does happen, because I think there's more of that going on behind the scenes, and especially as things get busy, there will be brands returning to builds needing SDK 7 for their stuff to work. And so I think that the more that we can each learn and grow and help out, I think that that'll help us help them even more.
I definitely agree with you with there, Canessa, as well. I'm gonna drop a link to one of the Decentraland proposals, sort of where I found the mobile app. I've just been glimpsing through the DAO and these proposals and just the community. I haven't really been active on that much since me being in the Decentraland period, so just been getting a new habit of just trying to be more active in that, right? And I ran across this and I downloaded it. I sort of went into it, tested it out, and it works pretty good. And I think that it's a good way for people to understand where this may be leading to. I know a lot of people sometimes may have doubts on the platform. There are other platforms that obviously look way better, obviously, right? But there's something that we have that others don't, right? And that's a specific DAO community that is dedicated to building this platform, not a centralized foundation that is dedicated to building their own platform. We are the forefronts of the development of what the Decentraland will be in the future, and I think that's what makes this all special. I would say sometimes it's a social experiment because it is basically revolving around social communication skills and understanding between one another and interoperability with creations of projects that exist within this ecosystem. And I think once we figure out and find out how we can all communicate, regardless of the differences, because I know people will always have differences, but business is business, and that's what it should be. I feel that if we all have a bigger notion or motion for this platform to grow, we need to put those differences to the side and look for the better of the platform itself in the long run, not for us, but future users, because it's not about us anymore at this point. Truthfully, we'll forever go down as the Flintstones of this, right, or the pioneers of it. So we made our mark regardless whether we like it or not. At this point, it's about creating something for tomorrow, for our children, for our children's children. Because the truth of the fact, we know that this is all moving to that direction. Education, the health system. I'm already working with my hospital to bring in metaverse and Web3 and blockchain technology using health records and health systems and operational of back end equipment on blockchain technology. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty intense, but this is coming. It's becoming a reality. And I think today we should step in and build what we're building as a unified team. Because the truth is, interoperability is what the metaverse and Web3 is all about. I remember a couple of years ago, many people were very skeptical about multiverse streaming or having more than one platform as a landing ground. And today, that's what we're doing. Sometimes some images or some visions may seem far fetched, but it just might be that we're just too early
I
with
think
that
he
vision
really
where people can't
needs
see
to
it.
talk about justice,
And I think
and
a
he
lot of
really
us live that
needs.
life with certain of our projects. I can count a couple of people that I know that have an amazing project, but the world's not there yet to understand it. And I think it's just not to be discredited or feel left out, but keep doing what you're doing. Because as long as you know what you're doing, tomorrow it will all make sense, not only to you, but to everyone else. And I say the same thing with Kness and Sinful very strongly. They have very persistence and bringing in onboarding education together with a lot of other people that I can name, CK, I go on for days. And I think this is the true value of Decentraland, that we all bring in people instead of sort of just having fun and just wasting money and not educating people. This platform's way different. I look at it more as an e-commerce, educational, and social platform. And that's my perspective of it. It can be different for everyone else. But keep building. I know so many amazing people here. Dr. Drip. I can go on for days. CJ Tracks. So many big names have came through here and still here. And this is what makes us valuable. I just want to make sure everybody remembers that. We all are valuable in this platform. So let's keep building. Let's keep staying focused. And I'm just bullish on each and every one of you. Honestly, I know a lot of us say that, wag me, this, that, and the third. No, but for real, we have grown to be a family. And let's really think about the future of this, guys. Let's think about connecting interoperabilities with platforms and projects. It's what will become the future of the population and the financial ecosystem of our home called the Central.
Thank you, Bio, for those words. Yep, I think just like you said, family and community, and I think everybody, everybody's coming from a different family structure, so I think everybody will define that differently. I think that um, as this grows, ultimately if it's going to scale, if it's going to get big, we're going to have to watch growing pains come through. It's going to go from the mom and pop, small business where you can just, text the social media director on a DM, from like big and impersonal and many, many employees where you're not really sure who is who. And I know that, it was awesome to have Dana here this morning, Master Wayne's. I think that once it gets, you look at, Twitter, you look at Google, once a company gets big and scales, you lose that personal, you lose that small town connection, I guess, or small business connection. So it's almost like ideally we have to strive to become that big business that loses that connection. Like if we really think this is going to be big and scale, and it's going to be used by the masses, then we are like hurtling towards a future where we're going to lose this smaller connection. So I think that, as we're going through, we have to, I don't know, sometimes I have to check myself and be like, well, this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get big. We're trying to, make it so that there's many users and many people find value and many people are going to use it for their own benefit. It might not be what I think should be done. And so I think that we have to embrace the connection, the community that we have now, because it will change. I think that it'll, as we saw in 2021, it changed very quick, and it changed every month. There was like a new wave of people in, and the whole mood and dynamic changed. So yeah, keep pushing, keep growing. Let's see, Argent, I love is that a new PFP? I saw you come up, and that one is really gorgeous. It's catching my eye. The gold is like, well, I like gold sparkly things. So how are you today?
Hello. Yes, I've been using these PFPs now from a month or something like that. But we did not, we weren't together in a space like this before. Thank you for the kind words, and hi to everyone. Especially Existence, Simple, Bio is here. I see Scott and Toxic and Dr. Trip, Pixelia Down, and a lot of other people that will connect on time. I'm here listening the words that you were saying, and by this grace and by grace at the same time. If we want to make any kind of metaverse, a platform, big or a huge or etc., what we need is to start to think differently. It's true that by the chaos theory and so on, when the bigger structures are more chaotic in order to control them, so escapes to our control easily, than smaller structures. So that's why, for example, right now working some communication, like more direct structures to talk to the heads of any kind of, in this case, Decentraland, the people that is there. But if we rethink also the things on how should be and how we want on a global scale outside the Decentraland, and we start thinking in another ways to do the things, for example, business, if we start thinking in companies as its own environment and its own as it was a creature, we maybe start putting in them like more attention as how they are growing and how they are developing, and in what direction we want that to happen. So if we think that that is not a thing that is insulated, but is a communal thing that is part of another thing that is bigger at the same time, from the micro to the macro, and the micro reproduce itself. That is what we say in biology. In So if we start thinking in those organisms, in those like the metaverse is not a thing, but is an environment and is alive in its own way, and also is in a part of a bigger organic life thing. We can try to start thinking in better ways to, for example, make that connections that we were talking about that are essential for a good healthcare of any system, of any, for example, animal or family, or like you were saying, families structures are very, very different. So for me, for example, I would not use family structure as we understand or as we have lived on it, but I would go and, for example, look like what ecology projects are doing for conservation of species. That, for example, they are targeting like the most cute animal for of that environment that is at risk, and they are developing that campaign for that. But uh, at the end of the day, that money that they are taking, or that they are not taking, but achieving in order to save, for example, the panda, is going to serve also to not only for the panda, but for the environment. And if you protect the environment, you are protecting other species, because other species are benefit taking the benefit from that animal that in theory is the flag animal of the project. Like, for example, the Chinese panda is one of the first rules to look at in conservation projects, because it worked very, very good, and is being studied for very, very long time. The same happened with Yellowstone and the wolves introduction. And so we need to start thinking in the environment more than just one thing, or just one piece of that. And that can be a little bit too difficult to see for major part of the us, because we are not training to see that. What we are training is to see very concrete things like the panda, you know. But we are also very very used to, for example, the panda is cute, you know, we're going to help the panda because the panda is cute and it's adorable and blah 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 and etc. But but we are not thinking that, for example, the bamboo that was at that time endangered, the hoods, the bamboo hoods were endangered, and that's why, for example, one of the major perils that had the panda, that this plant was in danger, in serious danger, endangered, like la la la. I forget how to say that in English. Sorry. So, but I hope you catch me. So,
Like endangered species.
Yes, exactly. Thank you. So you had the contamination, you have the hunters, and you have the people also that takes the that chops the trees and this bamboo hood. But especially the most dangerous thing is that in that case, in that moment, was that the bamboo was so few that currently the pandas were not having anything nearly to eat. So the first step on that project was to solve famine, and then like um, hunt hunters, and then they solved it, a major issue not only for the panda but that we know and love, but also for the red uh, the red panda, that is a small panda that is red and looks more like a how do you call this beautiful, like
Like a
I forget.
raccoon, kind of like a
Yes,
smaller.
yes,
Yeah.
yes, exactly. That looks more like a raccoon, and it was so unknown for the public at that moment. So if we start to think in that, maybe we are going to achieve better things. Uh, we, as Canessa was saying, you light a very important thing, that is the communal thing is going to dilute in time if we go with with the current business way of doing things. There's a there's there's different structures for business right now. That is, one is the typical and is the hierarchic structure that it works. We know it works because we like it or not, it works. And then we have a more planar structure that is more communal. That is another way to understand business that also works. Uh, but it's more family, for what people understand family should be, um, more communal structure that also works. But as I said before, this is something that we cannot avoid. The major structures, how bigger is a structure, the more chaotic it is going to appear to control and to be controlled. So what we need first is to find those ways to stop the you're not going to stop, it's impossible to stop it because it's that is chaos theory, but at least you are going to minimize damage. That's the thing. So we are going for minimizing damage, you know and for example, when we are talking on metaverse, it's true that interpolation is fundamental and we have to have it. But let's difference for a moment, uh, for just because we're thinking too much in the metaverse, in the web3, and we have to escape from web3 also when we are thinking in metaverse. We have to stop thinking in web2, web3, on chain, if it's not on chain, if it's centralized or not, because wherever we like it or not, if we think in the metaverse as an environment, it's its own living thing, because environments are their own living thing. So what we need to start thinking is instead of setting this big huge thing inside just a structure, like it needs to be web3 because blah blah blah, decentralization, blah blah blah. what we need to start thinking is this big structure that is here, how it can work, and then bring the Web3 in this case into the metaverse, but also it's going to need the centralized thing, because right now, wherever we like it or not, when you mean something in the blockchain, what you are minting is just the data of that thing. So it's just the record of that thing existing at this moment, not the thing per se. For example, if we are when we are saying, for example, that Decentraland is in the blockchain, it's true, it's in the blockchain, but it's just the data in the blockchain, because it's so much expensive and unaffordable right now to have the visuals also in the actual, blockchain data is super expensive right now, that what you need is centralized services in order to achieve that and in order to put that in there. So right now, whatever what we are seeing that is Web3 is not exactly Web3. Is just a part of the content that is Web3, that is the data. So what we need to focus first is how to make, if we want to go with the blockchain and so on, how to make this affordable for blockchain structures in order to achieve real decentralization. But at the same time, we need to think in what is decentralization, because decentralization, it cannot be anymore like the Wild Wild West. It needs to be regulated in order to be secure for the people that is using it, because we are creating an environment, and this environment needs to be healthy. And we cannot be healthy if we don't have structures that allows us to function as a living organism. But think like, for example, in our body, the things that are regulating that we don't have an invasion virus, like injuries, solving issue, whatever, is the central system, the hypothalamus, but also is the glóbulos blancos, los white globules. I am going to guess how you call this, but these organisms, these are these cells that are white cells, let's say, that is going to battle the viruses, and you know if you have like a injury and you're bleeding, is going to make the stop, is going to make that stop. So we need to think also in those regulators in order to achieve real decentralization, because we need to start thinking it also that decentralization is just a tool in order to create something that is going to survive healthy in the future. Because we know that if we depend only on centralized servers, it's going to go down by disgrace. It can happen, war in a country, blah, and it's sayonara, but and you're going to lose all that information. But if we achieve to do it on a way that we can recover that information, or that is having a backup in the blockchain, then it's just not going to be missed, that information. Is not, but not only the information of the data is. I'm talking about also the visuals. The experiential, the experience of being in, for example, or to watch something. So, mm, in order to do that, what we need is to start thinking in what is going to, for example, if you are you have to start thinking in, for example, that in our brain, for example, in our each part of our brain is controlling certain parts of what is happening in our body and outside our body and so on. So we need to start thinking in having this brain organized, the spine medulla also of this organism, that in this case is just the blockchain, because we need to remember that the blockchain is going to be just like a add-on to this huge, enormous environment that is the metaverse. It has sense for you to think in like this way, instead of thinking just in a little smart part of the problem, instead of just thinking in the panda. Let's go and rethink what the environment really is and what we want from the environment to be.
That's a lot. I'm trying. Okay, a lot to process. I think. Yeah, I think that we are defining what the environment is, and I think that we're going to continue to like redefine it. Like, what is Decentraland? What is blockchain? What is like decentralized? What does a decentralized platform look like? We're probably going to model it after what we know first, because that's just what humans do. We model after what's familiar. I can't. I think I wrote it down, but I can't remember who said it. I want to say Derek, but they had a really good point that like if no one shows up, why is decentralization important? And that's kind of what kept coming to my mind, is like, why would we do this here if we could just do it somewhere else? Like, is there at the end of the day a bigger benefit because it's on a decentralized platform than if it's just done somewhere else? So really good points, Argent. Like, lots to unpack there. Bio, you've got your hand up.
Hey, Kanessa, yeah, I just wanted to add in there to Argent and a comment that she mentioned, which is pretty open-minded comment. I love it. I love the information she spread to us, and I think a lot of us should understand it and dissect it as well. And maybe if you didn't understand it, play it back as well. There's a lot of good points there. But I do also want to also add on top of decentralization. Sorry about that. Somebody tried to call me real quick. And I think that a lot of us, need to see it a little bit different. As one of the New York City representatives here for the community, working with the politicians and representing Web3 with Bronx Crypto and everybody else, one thing that I have noticed is that the system that we're living in, this centralized system, what makes blockchain so important is the transparency and the authenticity of everything that's within it, right? Think about it like a certificate of authenticity for every single movement that happens with an individual or a wallet, right? That represents the individual in a decentralized manner. Can you imagine if today's centralized government system and the money that they're spending for our country's expenses, if it was to be transparent and us, the citizens, would have been a DAO that made voting decision rights on our today's government's expenses, and maybe had access to seeing maybe why did Mayor Adams spend $100 million on an unnecessary toilet for this type of location, right? These are things that we have to understand that blockchain will be bringing in. I mean, the hospital that I'm working with now, they just implemented with the HIPAA law now called HIPAA 3, where now you can actually find health records on blockchain. Not all the information, but yet there is still a verification stage within the blockchain so no one can access these public information. It is public, but there is verification methods to access these health records. And these are the things that we're going to start seeing: on chain health records, state identification, payroll. We're going to start also seeing dispenses of services, of community services like EBT, even Social Security, pensionships. Everything's already happening, is transitioning. And the cool thing about it is when you're surrounded around these type of exposure, just like Canessa said, your perspective of what you know is your perception of what you see now. So if you don't know something, you can't perceive it or nor see it the way it's supposed to. So being exposed to it and learning from each other, I think is vital. So Arjun, thank you for sharing that. That was very vital information, and I think a lot of us should also understand the differences of what we're speaking on, from centralized to decentralized, and the benefits from both worlds, and how later on they may communicate and interop. That's all. Definitely a good comment there, Arjun. Appreciate you for that one.
Gracias. I also want to add that uh, even when, for example, you pointed something that I am super, and I was talking about this some weeks ago in my country, because um, mm, you know, for example, we are having some in our country, for example. Some years ago, we started being allowed, for example, if we want to pay the Catholic Church or not into our when we are doing the taxes. But not, for example, something that I'm super against too, that is the bullfighting thing. They included it because they are greedy as fuck, and because they this give a lot of benefits to a lot of people that is dedicating this to just like making the torture of an animal a diversion, as an entertainment. They make it like something they achieve to um, the protect to, for example, they achieve one thing first, that is a bad thing, but of course it's also a good thing. That is the protection of the bull, the species of the bull that is for these bullfighting things, because this kind of bull is, of course, endangered, you know. So they achieved this first, and years later, they achieve to make it Spanish patrimony. So if it's becoming a patrimony, it's protected. And it means that you can do it anywhere of Spain. No matter if, for example, I'm based in Catalonia and we are here very against bullfighting, and like we were one of the first communities in prohibiting the bullfighting, and we reinvent another ways to make entertainment for our people that is more healthy and that is working really really good, you know. So we are leading this way of making the things good. But of course, as being part of Spain now, what means that? Now it means that if any bullfighter cheater boss wants to do bullfighting in here, it's going to be allowed.
And I want to tap something there with you, Arjun. Tremendo placer. No sabía que era latina también. Yo soy latino de
Ah, mira.
Santo Domingo.
Pues mira, yo soy de aquí de Barcelona.
Tremendo
Hi
saludo,
to
tremendo.
tremendo saludo también back.
I was just saying, guys, I
So
just greeted her in Spanish, just saying great pleasure it was, just in case
yeah,
for those
yeah.
that don't know Spanish. But definitely want to just say, I really believe in what you're saying. A lot of this
So yeah,
is
so
futuristic stuff.
yeah, thank you. So the thing is that we are now not allowed to put, for example, in the when you are doing the taxes also as well, we have to pay these bullshitters, because there is no way in our taxes to mark it as I don't want my money to go to this shit, you know. It's no way to do it. As we have the church, that if you want to donate or if you don't want to pay with your taxes the Catholic Church, it should be also something like that for the balls, but it's not. So because they achieved that I was telling you that they went very savvy on a unhealthy way. They make the bull as the excuse, as the protection of the bull as the excuse for to achieve a funding for Europe, and later on to make this loop, to this greedy, bad but very smart loop, in order to achieve that they are not going to be bankrupted, you know, because they are going to have money not from the people that is going to the bullfightings or the television rights for bullfighting, but actually from the money not only from Spanish people, but from European people. And guess what? Major part of the people does not know that this happened, especially in Europe, because Europe is also very, very against all these kind of things. So imagine how bad they achieve on this way. So what I think also is something that you pointed and Ganesh pointed, we are pointing like a lot of times, that is education, educate to the people. No, we are also very sometimes very tired, very without energy because we are working, we are having our own problems, blah blah blah, to take care of other things and think beyond, and like bigger structure, and that can happen during time, like years. And fashion trends on thinking also can alterate that. So that's another thing that we need to rethink in, hey, how to stop this, how to make this a healthy environment and avoid these fuckers that are cheating the system. And this, whether we like it or not, we also see it happening in the blockchain, because you pointed it out, and here we pointed also as well many times, we are reproducing, and Ganesh say just now too, we're reproducing what we know, the structures of what we know. So we are learning of actually what is proximity to us. And that means a lot of things for the bad and the good, you know? Because if we are learning bad ways of doing the things, what we are going to end is having an environment that probably we are not going to like it at all. Like, for example, overwork, tiredness, healthy issues, money issues, blah, 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 Or in order to be better or to think that you're better, you're going to go, if you're not like someone that is like, like very, no, we have to do this wood, you're going to end in the risk of doing things that even when you are thinking that goes against your principles, you're going to do, because survival is first to us than principles for the major part of the people. So if you're surviving on doing shitty things, it's very difficult later on to change that way of behavior. It has sense.
It made sense to me, Argent. Man, I don't know if Canessa's talking right now.
I am not. Was my mic on?
Okay, cool. At least for my screen, it's saying that, like, it's doing the squigglies right next to you. So I was just making sure. What was I gonna mention, man? I do wish we can get to a point where I can pick and choose where my taxes get allocated to. That would be so sick. Like, tax time comes around, you do your taxes, and you receive some forms or whatever. Like, I mean, in our case, we're talking here, even like just, it could be sent to our wallet, like the survey or whatever, and then the information can be collected that way. But I mean, I even see an application where, like, shit, they can just send you an email and be like, okay, what do you want your taxes to go to? And, the less options you pick or whatever, the higher your allocation from your total goes to those things, or vice versa. Like, the more you pick, the lower amount go out, because it has to split between so many things.
Yeah, I definitely like that idea, Sinful. That shit is goaty as hell. I definitely would vouch for something like that. Like, imagine a wallet address for separate departments that you can allocate those wallets to your payments on that app. That would be sick. That would be sick.
Exactly, but, like, it's like, for stuff like this to happen, it's like we got to become politicians out here. Like, we got to we got to risk
That's a
our
fact.
lives, because these days,
You gotta learn it.
politics, like, actual politics is fucking bloody
Yeah, it's a messy
these
work
days.
right there. Like we say in New York, that's nasty work. Sometimes you just don't know what it is. I definitely wouldn't want to put myself a dibble dabble in politics. It's always never a good sighting, right? But definitely just
It's
to throw something out there before I break out, I just want to say this last words, and I'm gonna switch over to listeners just to allow more people to come up. I just want to give an opportunity for others to speak as well, and be respectful of sinful space and Canessas, just to try to divert that attention to everybody else. But just a quick alpha, something that I did this year that maybe you guys can tap in, and I learned this by just trying it, right? Something that came to my mind, and I was like, what if I can save money on taxes? And again, this is not financial advice, just something that I did that I found out that worked for me. And it was basically opening up a trust under my company's name, Vita TV. Every NFT asset that I own, I'll put it under my trust. So the trust owns the asset. At the end of the year, when it comes time to do taxes, you get in a substantial amount of discount for your trust owning that asset, where it's not actually connected or binded to your social security as a citizen, where those tax ratios are now less. Now, if you do also community events, metaverse parties can be labeled as a community event, something known as a nonprofit. You collect those data, information, expenses, and you put them in, you get a huge substantial income return rather than paying for taxes. And this is one way that many people who invest into crypto are doing these methods to save tax return payments. I tried it out and it worked. And this is something, again, I'm not giving financial advice. This isn't a financial advice. It's just something that I did that I found that worked for me in my area of the region of the world, which is New York City. Everyone should be thinking about saving money. Taxes is cool and all of that, but the truth of the fact is that we don't have to pay taxes. Taxes is not something that we are obligated to do. It was created for a system of people to think that we're actually integrating or implementing funds into a system in which it's not that system that you think, right? Money in the United States can be printed out at any given time, which means that our global GDP can be manipulated at any given moment. So understanding what taxes are and how to evade certain taxes legally and save is what you guys should also be paying attention for a lot of people that are trading crypto, buying NFTs, because for every transaction you do, it is a taxable transaction or a transactionable or a taxable action rather. So just keep that in mind for everybody in here. First in, first out. If you don't know what that is, learn about that. If you buy a crypto that's lower and then you buy the same crypto later that's higher, the first cryptos that you bought, if you sell those out, those are the prices that you're selling out at. So, for example, a dollar would be mana, for example, and then tomorrow it's $4. If I bought 100 mana at a dollar and I sell it, then I'm selling the first come first serves of my pack, which is the dollar mana. So your taxes reflect on that. So if it's a dollar and it's at four, the return is at $3. You're paying taxes at $3 instead of the $4 that you bought the last batch at. So just learn about this information, guys. Web3 is very tricky. Again, blockchain is something that I'm very bullish on when it comes to transparency, authenticity of data, information, ownership, and just a lot of things that we're seeing. And now Dominican Republic has been taking in cryptocurrency. Colombia, many different parts of the third world countries around our globe are implementing cryptocurrency into their ecosystem. And I think this should be something that we all should pay attention to because if our centralized governments are opting into this, there's a bigger value behind than what we're seeing today. And of course, more brains, more eyes, more hands can always dissect and figure things out more. But I think it's more of us than they are of them. And of course, firsthand experience always beats book smart, just saying. So but that's our upper advantage. Thank you all again for letting me speak and come up here. Community building space in Decentraland, Canessa and Sinful. I love you guys from the bottom of my heart. Keep building what you guys are doing. Super bullish. And first and foremost, I'm very thankful that we have people like you guys in our community revolving this type of information, taking the time to host space like this. And again, bringing that awareness into Decentraland with new onboards, not only with Decentraland, but blockchain. Argent did said something very highlighting that I loved. We have to stop thinking of metaverse. We have to bring in the outside awareness with Web3 rather than bringing in the metaverse awareness outside. Let's work outside, bring in our communities, and bring them into the Web3. Our platforms that we all strive in will only grow, and our fan bases, community supporters, everyone will grow as we build outside and bring them in. The metaverse is a far fetched idea, and I think that a lot of it is still far fetched to the regular minded people, as I call them, because they're not aware of the metaverse yet, right? They're not what we call degens. But again, it's still far fetched. It reflects to Roblox, it reflects to a lot of children games that we see, and that's what's giving off the impression. Perspective, their perspective from what they know prior is what's giving their perception of what we're dealing with today. And that goes back again to what Arjun said, right? Perspective and perspective. They only know, or Canessa said that, they only know what they know and can only see what they know. So if we introduce them educational wise and not pitch sales or pitch events or stuff like that too much, the education side is what's important. Today's economy system, our leaders and our corporation that we call United States, why all these businesses succeeded is because within the school system, they teach you how to be a worker, not a leader. So this is why our ecosystem revolves the way it does. It's a manipulation game tactic that's teaching people, but we are doing the opposite. We're teaching people to be financially free with the technology. And I think that is what we're all doing best. So congratulations to everybody. Keep doing what you guys are doing. Blockchain will be the future of a lot of things, but not the only thing. So keep that in mind. It's an add on and also an extra layer to what we know as today as e commerce and social media marketing and just marketing, period. So thank you again, Chris from New York City. Biometa is what I go by. Big love to everybody. Have a blessed and very wonderful and productive weekend. I'll switch over to listeners now. And thank you again, Canessa and Simple. And shout out to everybody in Decentraland who's tapping in with us right now as well. Blessings to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Bio. Good to hear from you. Thank you for coming up. And take it away, Argent. See your hand is up.
Yeah, I want to just point out some of these things. It's important to pay taxes. It's very important. Don't do the not to pay taxes, because with your taxes, it goes to roads, education, protection of the environment, etc. The bad thing is when we don't know where this money of our taxes is going for. And as I said, and as I put as example, when you are paying taxes without knowing that you are paying taxes against something that goes really seriously to like, for example, animal protection, and animal rights. So the important here, for example, for the taxes, even when it's a good advice to do what Bio was saying, because it is true that you can do this on a way that is healthy, but it's going to be more difficult to achieve that way. It's important also to realize that some part of us, we still poor. So there's a rapper here in Spain, a very famous rapper, that he's coming from, like very, very, very poor background. And he was even stolen and, committing like these little chiefs in order to survive. Until, thanks to, I think it was YouTube or something like that, he becomes famous because he's doing great music, and that resonates with the people in here. So one of the things that this rapper is saying now that he's incredible rich is, I'm not going to do what the other fuckers are doing. That is, if you have money, you leave the country to avoid to pay taxes or do another things. I'm happy to pay taxes now. I couldn't pay them before, but nowadays I can pay them, so I'm going to pay them. And I'm adding to this, but I want to pay the taxes to help a system that is healthy. And not all.
Did I
No,
rug?
I did. Maybe we both rugged. I think our.
Okay, okay, I hear you. Okay, so Argent rug after I think. Um, right? What was I gonna mention? To Argent's point about like it would be nice to know where it's going. Well, I mean, as a U.S. citizen, I know that my taxes are definitely going towards some sort of war right now. Just which I wish I could opt out of. Argent, are you back? Oh no, Argent's disconnecting. I see. I see them.
They're still up on mine, so it must be wonderful Twitter.
You know, it's that Florida Wi-Fi. Don't want to say it's better Wi-Fi, but it's pretty good. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying, Heidi ho to Rustan down there. How are you today, Rustan?
Good morning, Rustan, or good afternoon to you. Good to hear from you or good to see you pop in. Really appreciate it. Um, I mean, if anything, we're probably coming down towards the end of our space here, unless any listeners would like to come up and speak and talk about anything we haven't covered, or even just get a brief recap on anything that we may have covered previously.
Yeah, I think like kind of loosely fits in with what the conversation has been for the last, half hour, but just our own, closer to home, Decentraland, our DAO. I think most people just don't want to have much to do with it nowadays, they don't want to have anything to do with it until it's time to put a proposal through. You know, tried to get a POI for Face Moon, didn't pass. One Exist, resubmitted it, and I don't know, it's like halfway there. So, lot to unpack there, and I think people have to stay engaged. Like it, I know some people that are really active in the space, and they weren't aware that there's still grants open for the platform category. Like they don't go there, they don't vote, and I just like I know it might not be the funnest thing, but it is like a really core facet of decentralization. Like if we don't have a DAO, just go to like go to Roblox, go to Minecraft. Like there's a lot of other things, but that DAO is what sets us apart. And so I don't know. I just implore people to. You don't have to vote on every proposal, but I think it is worthy of staying active because, like, we're probably not going to get this second proposal to pass. And that's fine because, like, in my mind, a failed proposal is still successful because it's showing us that our DAO is not working, it's not functional, it's not healthy, and that's okay. Like, it's okay. I used to have a jar in my classroom because I was teaching my students 3D printing, and they had, there's students with special needs. So failure is just something they know like way too well. They walk in that door expecting to fail because they learn different. And I had written on there that we learn more from our failures than from our successes, and that's where we would put all of our failed prints. We would just throw them in the bucket, and the bucket was huge. And so every time something fucked up again, I'd say, here we go, guys. Like, we learned one more way not to do it. And I think that's the same as the DAO. It's just, I think it's painful. Failure is painful, but one exists. Thanks for trying again on it. And I think we're gonna learn. I think we're gonna have the same. I think it's gonna be the same outcome, to be honest. And I'm okay with that.
I'm not done. I've reached out to a ton of people. I believe most all of them voted, and I want to thank each and every one of you. And while some may have mentioned I don't have a lot of VP, this is a time where your vote truly is going to count. We need as many little votes as possible. There's no reason this should not have passed the first time. I mean, it was 250,000 VP short.
No, it was
of a ridiculous
24,000.
Oh my God! See, of a 2 million VP requirement. There's no reason it should not have passed. And you can see that in the first one of 70 some votes for yes. So again, I appreciate every one of you that has come out to vote, regardless of how much you have. Please, and if you don't vote regularly, which I know some of the people that came in to vote, I don't, but I will. And it's so much appreciated because in Decentraland, right now where it's quiet, Face Moon is killing it. I mean, yes, there's other things too, like last night's party too, but Face Moon is killing it. And I don't want their momentum to be hampered, so to speak. I don't want their will and their excitement to die. And they just right now they deserve it. I mean, they really do. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree. Like they've been holding the fort down while the DAO has taken a shit. Like like that the Face Moon proposal was the last proposal to pass for some community hosted events, and that it's big. Like they've been holding it down. They've even doubled down. So.
Well,
Definitely a POI stars like deserved.
That's all the more reason. If we give them a grant to do this, we should want people to come to it. Why would we not give them POI?
I mean, obviously the voting here reflects that we do. Like, in all honesty, like, come on. There's 71 votes in this. If you scroll all the way down, it's literally people that literally use the platform, are around, connected within the community in some way. Like, there are so many actual names as well. I don't get it. And then once you get to like the very bottom of the list, there's like only 15 votes that are like less than 5 VP. Like, it's I don't get it. I don't get it. And you see me talking shit all the time. Like I'll come in and like kind of do like a drive by this, and then
I hope they take this example to Portugal or wherever the DAO meeting is, whatever. They need to take this. It's a perfect example. Sorry, sinful.
I think it also, like, there's projects that have received money that haven't voted on this. So it's like I I would propose that in order to be a grant recipient, you have to have some voting. You gotta show up. You gotta vote. Not just once in a blue moon when your friend says, "Hey, can you vote for this?" But like, what if grants, like grant awards, were also related to your activity in the DAO? Because it like, obviously I vote on everything, and so it's just frustrating to see that, like, I come out, I vote on people's proposals, but they don't come back and vote on a simple POI. Like, they can vote no, fine. Like, you don't like it, you don't, or abstain. Like, but I think that for us to have a future, we've got to be active, because I'll tell you what, when the bull run hits and mana's, some crazy price, there's going to be plenty of people voting, and they're going to be people that maybe we don't agree with. Maybe they're the whales, maybe it's, District X comes back, maybe it's people that haven't been active in years. And so, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I say the same thing every week. It'd just be nice if um, the people that use the platform come out for this. And I appreciate everybody that has, even if it's like this one showed. I mean, this one really mattered. The little VP, we were 23,000 or 24,000 short.
And I'll admit, I don't think I voted on the first one. I should have gone and checked. But when I saw it didn't and how close it was, it just killed me. And I reacted right away. I said, hell no, we're getting this done.
yeah, I know.
I didn't know if it would let me. I didn't know if it would let me right away. I said, screw it, I'm going to try it and do it.
Yep.
Sorry, Argent. Go ahead.
Yep. Go ahead, Arjun.
Can you hear her?
I cannot.
Nope.
Sorry, Argent.
Now?
Maybe.
No.
Yes.
Yes.
I had a computer issue, so thank you for existing and for giving me the word. And yes, this is something that we also need to rethink, because or to think seriously, the voting, because we are not voting probably because we are not voting neither in real life for our politicians or other things that are important to us, and because we are so focused just into other things sometimes, but also and this is not avoidable. Some people will have more time, other less time, or let's say more time for what is interesting for you, but less time for things that is not like essential for you. So that's why probably a lot of the people just pass, because they consider to their own existence that is, like not important that much. Or that is strict, or that whatever is the issue, I put this a lot as example when women, especially a woman, tells me that she's not voting in a democratic system or country like mine, and it's like, wait, what? We as women, we only were allowed to vote historical in all what I'm talking in around the world. The first women that we were available to vote, it like it's more or less a century ago, and that is not a lot of time, so each time that you are as a woman not voting, you are disregarding and you are also committing a crime also to those women that fight for the right to vote and to put all their essence into it. So it's very, very important to think that. Also, to me, is impressive when someone is a woman and also is a woman coming from an historical background of being a slave in their, like, I'm not talking themselves, but I'm talking their grannies, for example, or the grand the or like two generations or three generations background of the grannies. So like recent modern slavery I'm talking, and to me it's like, wait, what, you're not voting? Coming from that background, you still not voting? What is going wrong that you are not voting? And you're not voting because, and what you find out is that these women are not voting just because is not essential to their nowadays, or because they think they cannot change anything, you know so for example, when with this last Decentraland, that the existence and Canessa Tryon and existence spoke to me because he knows that don't pay I don't go too expressively to the Decentraland to look what are the proposals right now, because for me, for example, there's not a way, the way of knowing or being keep on what you have to vote is not a good system. It's not reaching to me. So if you don't tell me, I'm probably going to miss it. I am going to probably miss it because I'm not checking it regularly. It's not something that, for example, I get a mail from Centerland saying this week the proposals to vote are this, please check them and vote. I don't get that. So I come with, like, existence that pocket me and said to me, hey, vote this. And I already vote for this one because Canessa actually told me that this was going on in a space like this. So if not, I would not like go and click because I am not used to go to the Decentraland and look for it. For me, it would be easier if the Decentraland sends me a mail each week saying, this is the proposals to vote. Please vote before that this day or whatever, And I voted for, for when Ganesa posted and also when Existence posted. And when I have a very low power. So I said Existence, hey, I vote, but I only have like one or 100, I think is 100, and that's all voting power. So it's the minimum voting power that you can have. But at least I put my sand grain into it. And I recommend you to, if you, as Canessa says, if you want really to work any kind of, democratic structure, being on a metaverse, in the work, in your country, it does not matter. What you have is to be active, but also the structure has to put for you um, elements that helps you to do it like easier. For example, Sinful got a great idea of that if there was an app that I can choose, for example, what to pay with my taxes, and even when I am doing this, I'm getting also a reward for this, being the reward whatever it is, but something, an appreciation token even. So and that would maximize, for example, the incentive to do this. But of course, it has to be in a way that it cannot be rigged. In Decentraland, for example, I'm going back to our example, voting is essential, but we also need to have structures that help voters that are not used to vote to know that this exists, and that if they vote, it's going to be also at a certain level beneficial for them. Because major part of the people, as I explained before, they are looking for the now and what is happening to them for their own survival and life. So they are, yes, going to ask you for your votes when they are going to have a proposal, but they are not going to be the same implicated back with the system that it provide them to you to them what they need in order to do whatever they want to do in the system, you know. So let's rethink this. It would be great to have ideas to how to make this easier and to propose that ideas to the foundation in order to see if that will work. And if works, we maybe can implement those structures to other things because it worked in the Decentraland.
Well, yeah, Arjun, I like that. And I think that, if we want this to work, we have to participate. Like, that's the bottom line. And not just in the bull run or when grants are open, like right now we're in a grant freeze, but there's still grants or still proposals we're able to vote on. And I mean, probably get some hate for this, but there's a lot of people who have accepted hundreds of thousands of dollars from the DAO that are not active right now. And so it just, if they, I guess, my DMs are always full when grants are open, full of these requests. Suddenly, hey, Canessa, how are you? How are you? Would you mind looking at my proposal, casting a vote on it? And like, I'm not a fair weather voter. I don't want to just have a DM with friendliness when it's time to vote to give you money. Like, I want those people who contribute to this ecosystem to show up now when it's like really fucking hard to just pass a POI that, like, if Mary Shark didn't want to use my land anymore, the POI would just, like, poof, we'd get rid of it. Like, it's such a impermanent thing. And so that's just what I can't wrap my head around accepting hundreds of millions or hundreds of thousands of dollars, being okay with that, but not being okay with checking and voting, and then being in people's DMs because they have a lot of VP. So, like, yeah, it just PSA, if you want my vote, just don't bother being nice when it's time to vote. Just, yeah, like, it doesn't work. And that's been a complaint of a lot of the people that got the VP, delegations, that all of a sudden they realize, like, oh, I've got friends. I got a lot of friends when I have VP. It's like, come on.
Be real all the time.
Yeah.
If you want it.
But I also think
That's why that's why, like, as a person that was delegated a lot of VP, and I mean, we kind of still have something, like, I don't even reply to your DMs. If you're DMing me, like, literally we haven't talked in like months or whatever, like, if like we're just like like, if the first thing you're talking to me is about DAO, like, I just shut down, because as a delegate, I don't want our friendship to be a factor that will sway my vote. No, I'm going to approach it as like, straightforward as possible. And yeah, I only really communicate about, like, their proposal, let's say, after the fact, like month or two after the fact. Then, like, I find it, like, okay to, like, start, like, hey, maybe you could have done this better or that better or whatever better, but, or like, I didn't like this, whatever. But yeah, like, consider me fake, but I'm just not going to engage with that.
Yeah, like, if you're gonna pretend to be my friend to get my vote, pretend to be my friend like 365 days a year, not just when it's vote time. Just kidding.
I like that. I also think that maybe we have to stop thinking in voting power, but just the vote. The most democratic.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I've been trying to push that one not like the whole time.
yeah,
I mean, definitely. I guess it may even come down to me like throwing it up to the ether and seeing how it's voted on. But to tell you the truth, at this time we can't pass a simple POI. So like, what's to think that a like even a proposal of an idea could be pushed forward?
yeah. The thing is that right now, for example, the Decentraland, it works like any company that has accionistas. I don't know how to say accionistas in English, but that has voting power inside the company because they purchase a lot of parts of the company. So actionist maybe, or I don't know. But the thing is that we have to stop thinking in this model of corporation because it's a corporation behavioral way of doing the things, that is this bottom power. Whoever has more stocks is going to be always the whale, you know and it's always getting the things, while the people that has very little stocks is never going to pass any idea unless it has the backup of the whales. So we need to start democratization of that, avoiding this kind of bad democratization structures that are corporations, because of course you're voting, so it's a democrat, it's in theory a democracy, but it's not, because your vote is more important than the one that is a poor, you know so we need to start rethinking in that.
I mean, here, simple solution for the DAO. Basically, I've probably said this like a few times, and I'll probably have to repeat myself a bunch more times. Like literally, uh, v- put in a verified voter status, kind of like thing, like badge or whatever the fuck, like like make it so like if you want to achieve this verified voter status or whatever, like and like you would have to like attend an interview with someone from the official team in the DAO that like can verify that you're not a bot, or you're not using like 3 or 4 accounts to like kind of like try to vote and stuff like and make it so it's a 1-to-1 vote per person. So I mean, at our current state, our DAO is like small enough where like there could be a small team of like people that verify these voters. It's like once people like they could see people join the Discord and be like, hey, so tag tag tag, hey, if you want to get verified, like be a verified voter or whatever, like um we can set up an interview. Just throwing ideas out there, which is like something opposed to like the nothing that we've been kind of getting.
I've mentioned the one vote per person. I mean, it doesn't get much more simpler than that. Yes, people can have multiple wallets, but still, it levels the or the ground levels the playing field a lot more. And I have a question: what is it with these big, huge numbers? 4.2 million VP. Why did something have to have that much attached to it? Why can't a parcel of land just be worth 100? A name is worth 10, and is 1 or something. I mean, why does it have to be so high?
I mean, we're the social experiment. Yeah, these are just my personal theories on all
I
this. Um, Go ahead.
Oh, I think we're also just fooling ourselves. Like we're setting ourselves up for suffering if we think that it could be transferred that simply. We are humans. One thing we do really poorly is transfer power. Even when you think the foundation transferring power to the people, do, do we really believe that that's going to go really well and seamless, or is that going to be, kind of controlled and moderated? Like, people don't hand over power very easily. The people that have the VP, they've spent a ton of money to get that VP. And so, I mean, yes, maybe if the people that are in charge of the DAO feel, okay, we can do this, that's great. But if they leave it up to a DAO vote, there's no way that the people in power will agree to lose their power. Like, we're bringing ourselves into
Correct.
suffering. We think that that's
In the
could happen.
beginning, they didn't know they were getting this power, did they? Did you know you would have this
I
power
no, I
eventually?
didn't. I was looking at buying land to be creative with. The DAO didn't even exist in Decentraland. We were voting on Agora. Like, no, I did not know. If I would have been smarter. I mean, come on. Like, I probably anyway. No,
You
and
pointed
even that, we had to vote on it. We had to vote on how big the parcel of land was going to be. We had to vote on whether it was going to be worth 2,000 VP, 4,000 VP, or 10,000 VP per parcel. That can all be voted. That can all be changed too. Where maybe we change the amount of VP issued per parcel, so it's just not worth
That's
as
right.
much as mana. Because right now, as a new user coming in, it's really discouraging to think like that you're not going to accumulate as much as anybody that did in the early days. I mean, when I bought mana, it was 3 to 5 cents, so it's not like, well, it's 30, but I mean, mana was $5. You're not going to accumulate at that same rate.
this is something that is happening already from a lot of structures. You pointed out something very important. That is, power is not going to be simply. If you change it's going to be very hard on people that has invested like a lot of money on that. So it needs to be a way to transition that. And right now, I don't think it should be like a proposal posted. It should be the foundation who has to do this. Because it's going to be like a kind of reset. And if you want to push the button for reset, you also have to put something that is going to be compensational to anyone that has that, spend a lot in the voting power system and how it works, this voting power system. And I'm curious to know if someone has think in alternatives to compensate, for example, this to happen, because it's something that happens already in any kind of a structure. It happens, for example, in your country, in United States. We see it already a lot with when, for example, Obama tried to implement the health system that is similar to the Spanish one. I was at that moment working in a natural reserve, and it came a delegation from the United States that were like, like in here learning how to do that and how we are doing that, that, or, and not only my country but other countries too. And the thing is that my country needed a dictatorship in order to make that happen. We had a dictatorship, and with the dictatorship, it came the social care for all the people. So it's public health care that we have here, because the structure that we had, it was an imposition. So when Obama tried to do it on United States, it failed. Of course, it failed. the insurances lobbies in the United States that we didn't have at that moment, at that historical moment of our time. We did not have them. So as we didn't have them, it was not something that anyone has it didn't find any opposition. Canada, I know they had also a public health system that is a good one, but I don't know the historical reason of themselves, of them for doing this. But yes, I'm aware of the Obama one because, and the Obama failed one just because of that. And it's something that is not neither well explained to the population that is living in United States. That for me is like, wait, what? And it's something that we need to also understand that if we want to implement something that is good in a already like power of, like very like right now the voting power is in, or any corporation works, we need to think in alternatives that are going to work for the people that has that thing. For example, the insurance companies, or in this case anyone in the Decentraland, the the whales, uh, to something that benefits them as well as to the rest of us. And that sometimes is not easy to came up with ideas that is going to work in order to make those people happy as well as the rest of us, and a better health system.
I mean, lots to unpack there. I'm gonna jump in because I do know that I have two hands up, but I do want to respect our new speaker that came up to speak. His name is Russ. Just gonna pass it over real quick to ask if like you have anything to add to the conversation that's going on, like what interested you or pushed you to come up to hit that request button.
Yeah, I've been listening all along. I mean, I love this space. Been I guess member of NFTs and decentralization since 2017. I really never left. I feel like I've been living here for all this time. The topic of DAOs is a really interesting one, and that's why I popped up to begin with. Done like a lot of thought about it. I was going to say something until I realized how much I don't know about the VP system within Decentraland. Like a lot has evolved, I guess, since I've been highly participating. I had a really cool parcel, actually 4 parcels combined into an estate at one point, roadside, mind you. But then I had I don't know, I don't want to say flipped it into something else, but like I got hyper motivated for something. So much happened so fast. Like at that one, during that one bull run, I don't even know. So I don't have it anymore. Wish I did. I miss it deeply. But anyway, get back to the point, because I've always been bullish about Decentraland. I love what they're doing. I don't know much about the VP point system, the voting. I do have an idea of how I believe long term that DAOs will function, and what I think would be the best system in place for that, and it involves chair members. I don't really foresee another way around it. I don't like the idea of weighted voting based on your holding. I think that's a bit crazy. It lets people with just deep pockets, make the rules or make the decisions, and that's not what we're here for. But
which is what's happening. Sorry to cut you off.
Absolutely. Okay, good. So wasn't sure what was actually happening, but yeah, but it's like chair members around the specific, because DAOs can kind of represent any organization. So you elect people like subject matter experts, and then I had it sort of. I created a decentralized autonomous community format sort of system that ties into its own decks and its own every organization has their own token, and then there's automated distribution. So imagine if meme tokens had baked in utilities and smart contracts to automate them automatically. You had cyclical voting periods and things like that. But in order to create an autonomous organization that functions properly with baked in incentives for doing things and oversight and people who actually want to be there are there, versus having these DAOs when no one votes and no one really cares and there's no incentives to even do so. So I do think that having chair members elected, cyclical voting periods, I believe that there should be sentiment voting versus you have tokens and you can vote on the sentiment you have towards what the chair members ultimately decide. So and you can even see the health of an ecosystem based on how much they're aligning with the token holders, on the sentiment votes, but the token holders don't have the final say in what actually is decided. It still is the chair members that were elected there, and have to hold their positions and petition to keep their positions, but those are the ones that actually decide on the proposals and what goes within those DAO. So that's I don't know, it's an overhead view of something I've been thinking about for a little while. I love the ideas of a DAO. I just think it needs to be refined.
That is, I've been saying this, and those board members should be experienced in different necessary areas such as law or marketing, depending on what your project needs. I was on a board and tried to explain that to people in this DAO, which is no more. And the only reason I ran for it is because there was nobody else was running for it. But what we did, the people's votes still mattered, but there was this fine line between the DAO was for the token of a game. We couldn't make changes to the game, only things that revolved around the token. So when things went to vote, if they passed and moved on, we determined whether it goes through or not. The only way we could negate it is if it was something that crossed that line. But I was involved in trying to set up a DAO with some people, and we had a few meetings, and we were talking about the exact same. I mentioned it should be a board. We need to decide what talents or what background each person should have. That reformed, but again, yeah, that's I think that's the way to go myself as well. And real quick, on the power transfer you were talking about, Canessa. So there's another project I'm a part of where the game, they had a DAO for a long time, and then some changes started to happen. There was a separation. Part of the team went and it was going to do their own thing. And around that time, they came out and said they're turning everything over to the DAO. I was like, okay, I see what's going on here. But the problem with that was you need to have the active community members, the people that are willing to, because a DAO is work. It is work, whether you like to think of it or not. A DAO is work, so you have to have people too that want to do that. And in that respect, there should be some compensation, most likely, to encourage that along the way as well. So, yes, Russ, are you the one that I spoke to for a couple hours a while back?
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
Hubs. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to see you again. Nice to see you again.
Get a combo going again. Yeah, for sure. We'll have to circle back, and I can show you where we're at now and stuff.
You bet. Because I'm doing some metaverse spaces too. So which I can talk to you about later. But
yeah.
I agree with you on that board, and I guess Bio, your hands up unless somebody else wants to jump in real quick.
Yo, 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 yo. Sorry about that. You guys caught me reposting on the back end. But definitely, Russ, good points there. Appreciate you for sharing that. Dope, dope, dope information, guys. This is something we all should definitely be paying attention to. All of us, what we're speaking on is just creative thinking, right? It's what creates a positive working community. And there was some things that were mentioned that I sort of wanted to note down and highlight. And some of those things were the issues with VP, right? We all know that we can't really change. Someone mentioned that. I think it was, I think Argent mentioned that about people who invested so much money, and to change something last minute, it's like changing the terms of agreement in a certain way, right? On somebody, which would be like breach of contract or breach of something, right? Agreement in some sort of way, which would make them feel like they're getting cheated, right? So, what would be the solution? What's the remedy? What is the positive way to go about this that's still not cheating, but at the same time positive, right? Well, I think this relates back to what Kanessa was speaking about earlier, about, and what I've mentioned as well, right? Followed by what she said, which was community unification. Sometimes we have to think bigger. We got to think way bigger. We understand that these whales have a lot of power in voting, but together, if we combined what we own and invest what we invest, there's nothing that can stop us. This idea came from my co-founder, my partner, my best friend, Bitfiend. We spoke about this many times where we had conversations on how to resolve issues like this. Again, people, it's like politics, right? Somebody may like it, some may not. But it's not about one or yourself, it's about everyone. It's about the better of the platform. Sometimes it may not be what you like, but again, we do things every day in the real life that we don't like. We all go to work, we don't want to go to work, but we have to because it's part of the sustaining of life, right? It's what we have to do in order to keep rolling and moving and growing, evolving. In this case, where I'm leading to is a community funding wallet where we all invest and put all of our voting power into a representative wallet that represents the community. An example, you have a no wallet and a yes wallet. People can allocate their VPs for a specific proposal, and that wallet can represent the community's voting power. Again, we need to invest. Mana will only be great if those that hold it hold masses of it. And as you see, land is a good way of owning mana. Understanding the turnover on what mana is per mana and what you get for buying land, that turnover is incredible. We need to be more strategic on how to be unified with our power and combining it to make a bigger change. These whales are only reason they're taking over is because they have investments in here that give them that status. But what if we brought in an elective active official community token, for example, right? Sort of like a tokenizing voting for active users that gives them an active badge member, for example, where it would act as a verified subscription, where the user gets a verified community based award, where these are sort of like a board of electives. The centralized system is not broken. It isn't broken. If it was broken, then the world economy would be into shit. We would all be suffering. The economy is not, the system itself is not broken. But what it is corrupted. That's why the system doesn't work. Blockchain is here to resolve that problem. We take the centralized systematic operations and implement it on a blockchain system, which means that now everything that is not transparent within our corrupted system and our centralized government today is transparent through our blockchain system that we operate in the metaverse and on Web3. Full transparency is the issue here, guys. It's not that the system that we live in centralization is doesn't work. No, it works. How you think everyone is living the way we're living? We have health insurance, benefits, retirement checks, social security. It's because the system works. Now the problem is corrupted. because of the less transparent information that we have access to. So why not re-replicate that? Why not take the board members, elections of people, representatives? I mean, we have House of Speakers, right? We got board members. We have many different of mayors. We got community representatives. We have commissioners. We have so many people that we can vote in. But the problem is that a lot of us want to get paid, right? But the future is bigger than now. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a little. And it's our duty to create a financial logistic ecosystem within this platform to sustain ourselves from doing what we're doing. This is why I say never leave your 9 to 5. This is still young, it's still early. Yes, we still live a centralized controlled world, but we're paving the way for that to be different tomorrow. So we have to start thinking a little bigger, combining our stuff together, maybe even thinking about a community union, sort of like what we see inside our work worlds, right? We have a union, a local union. I work for a union called 1199, which is a medical hospital union. I'm a medical worker. These unions, they're not bad logistics. These logistics of operations are working. It's just, again, the transparency. We need to create a unified system where we all can invest into something, where all power becomes bigger by the day. Now with these whales, they can't take us out if we do something just like that. Vanessa, you're the host. You can hop in here. This is your show, girl. It's your shit. What's up, mama?
No, I'm just like my question is, you're saying people want to be compensated. Like there are multiple positions in the DAO right now that offer compensation and nobody's applying for them. So why is that?
I think it's lack of awareness. Lack of awareness, lack of education of what is the operations of logistics of this technology. I think people don't understand it yet. That's all it is. I think people see it, but they're afraid to take on that task because they're unaware or unfamiliar of what that system operation really is. You see, a lot of people can run businesses. Anyone can own a business, but very few can run it. Why? Because I give you an example. If I'm worth $5 million net worth and someone gives me $10 million, doesn't matter anything in the world, how much money I have more than that 5 million, I would always still revenue 5 million because that is my capability of understanding 5 million. So I can have 10, but I would lose five because I don't understand the comprehension and awareness and the logistics of how to make 10. Us as the active members, and like you, I respect you for this, Canessa, really, because you out here spreading a lot of fucking alpha together with so many other people that know so much. But I think a lot of us are just not paying attention to the details or afraid to open up and ask a question because you're afraid that maybe you might be looked at as less or unknowledgeable. We are here to learn together. We cannot be afraid to be looked as unknowledgeable or less skilled. I'm learning how to create Blender. I got 3 or 4 years in this. I'm not the master at this yet, but I'm still learning. I try my best. I'm not afraid to say it at the end of the day. The truth of the fact is people that come in 3, 4 months and master this shit. It is what it is. We need to work together and educate each other, giving each other the awareness of how the DAO works, of what the perspective of this platform is, the white paper, showcasing what it is, understanding it, reading it, educating people on what that is, exposing that a little bit more to the people, painting the vision of what the platform is, what it can benefit, what are the opportunities that you can create here. All of this is something that we need to bring to awareness. Very soon, I'm going to start doing streaming educations. Why? Because I feel that's one thing that's lacking, that a lot of people don't understand how to stream or don't have that extra help. And these are fundamentals that I think that everyone in this platform has a strong point in and should take initiative to do some sort of community service in a way and give it in without requesting money. I think it's up to us to sort of create our own financial ecosystem, bring it into the platform, and give that to the platform and the users. Understanding how to create a business, educating yourself IRL out of Web3, and learning what it takes to run the coordination and logistics of a business, what it takes. A lot of us want to be business owners, but don't understand what it is to run a business. And that is what needs to be taught. We all want to be something. This is the first time that Web3 can give us that. We can become anything we want as long as we're skillful in that aspect. And I think that is where we all need to start showing each other, who are those that are interested in same divisions of interest, that knowledge, and not sustain and keep it in. I'm not saying you or anybody else is per se directly, but I'm thinking unification, guys. This is the social experiment. This is what they're trying to see. I mean, it's right in front of us, you know? We have to connect to that.
Okay. So I mean that there's a lot to unpack, but like the whole unification part, or the Labor Party, or I mean, what was it called? Fuck, union thing. Like, I mean, it in all honesty, like we talk about decentralization and having like our vote, but then like putting it into a huge pool, kind of, I don't know, sounds like it defeats the purpose. And I mean, what if you don't want your vote to go into what the whole group is voting? Like, yeah, I agree. Like, there needs to be transparency, but you're just subtracting like one thing that you said earlier, that that humans are corrupt. Like, you know, there's always going to be someone trying to game the system, trying to get one up from the next person, uh or get more, like and even if it's like visible in the blockchain, like you see how our US courts are, like, and shit like that, like you have plain evidence of like stuff, and like, I don't know, no one does anything about it. No one, no, there's no justice, there's no nothing. So I mean, um yeah, I think
There's no justice because
corruption
really,
is going to be
there's
there.
no justice really because the people aren't educated. I go to a lot of courts and I've never lost a case, and it's because I understand the system, I understand the
But
loopholes.
yeah,
I think
but
understanding what it is, and again, it's not about not cheating the system. It's about being fair to both parties, and being transparent. Again, yeah, corruption is real. Blockchain is going to eliminate that. Why? Because it's transparent. You can see who's voting, and there are measurements that you can do
not
to
sorry
verify
to
identity.
sorry to interrupt you, Bio, but not really, because right now the scams are overall us. It's easier for
Yeah,
us
but
to
that's because
lose
you're
our money and
uneducated
so.
to go through
But
that.
no, no, no,
If you're not aware of scams and you don't
no,
know
no,
how
no.
to see them,
Look,
then you
it
get
happened.
scammed.
Look, it happened to me. I'm educated from long, for example, to don't click links that you don't know, etc., etc. And it happened to me, and it happened, Canessa sinful and make it done, but existence, yes, knows when it happened to me because is when I meet all of them and how it happened to me. So it's not about education only. And if we are only referring to education, we have one mind, one brain, okay? And our brain, it just by survival, it needs to learn certain things just by survival. The other things are skills that we are going to acquire to better us in the ways that we want, but this is a survival thing. We cannot change that. It's how we work in essentially. So what we need is to well, we know that that is happening. We need to make it on a way that is going to be successful, what we want to implement in education, for example, for future generations. But that is at the cost of generations. It's not going to be a fast thing to learn. And this is also because there are not implemented measures of security measures and etc. It's not about we are not educated of. No, it's not only that. Is more complicated. It's, yes, education is a huge part of it, but education is a generational thing that we have to learn. So it's not going to solve quickly anything unless that we need to learn is very simple and very easy to learn to any age in the planet. So beginning for that, what we need is to find other ways to protect that to happen. And when we say you were saying that blockchain is transparent, is not, because anyone that has been like scam for and rob money from their wallet and etc, they know how difficult is to recover the money, any one of
It's no
us.
different than you
So
wiring money. If you get a call and they say I can help you lower
but
your
that
electric bill, you got
but
scammed. It's
no
the
no
same way. There's scams in both worlds.
no, it's
Just
not.
being
Yeah,
aware of
but
it.
what I am trying to say is that right now it's way easier to scam the people in the blockchain. It's really
What?
fun. It's not as transparent as we think it is. It's not, because
Let me ask
there
you a
is a
question. If
Wait.
someone
Before
took
you,
your
hey,
wallet, hold up, make hold up, 'cause
bio.
I gotta leave. Hold up. If someone wanted to take your information or stole your money and you see that wallet, for example, and someone did the same thing to you on a centralized banking system on a phone call and they scammed you for a fake transaction, they tricked you into thinking you were going into something good, how easy would it be for you to request that information from a
I can,
centralized bank
yes,
or
I can
intergovernmental
answer
bank?
that. In fact, they, my bank, I was, I had exactly an attack, and it was way simpler. My bank knew the the IP address of who was trying to rob me, and implemented measures that I was not aware of them at the moment because I didn't knew that it was happening, and implemented fast measures to stop that to happen. And thanks to that, they they couldn't do it even when the attack was coming also for something that it was blockchain based. So I had like a 27 hours attack on my bank account, even when I am a poor as fuck person. And thanks to my centralized bank, they knew who were the attacker or where the attacker was come, the real address, because you can mask your address, your IP address, and they knew exactly from when they were from where they were coming, and what is the IP address that was trying to do that. And at the same time, they put measures to stop that to happening. So if in my experience with my wallet, my MetaMask wallet, and my centralized wallet on my bank, I have to say that thanks to my bank, I was not robbed. The when I was scam in the or when I was targeted and attacked in the blockchain, even when I'd say I'm educated, I know all that you don't have to do. I even say always and advocate and educate other people in order to be safe with the data. So I'm not an educated person for that. I was robbed all the hard work and all the money that I won from my work and from the contest that I won. And it was a lot of money that I needed at that time, you know, because for me, for example, a little bit of money is a lot of money. So I'm talking about us, I'm not anyone that has fortune, is rich or whatever, because those people are even more protected than any one of us. But if you're a current person, you know, that you need like the money for purchase your food and pay the rent and all this shit, you're going to encounter these attacks more often than in the blockchain than actually outside the blockchain. Not that it's not happening right now outside the blockchain, because it happens. For example, we are going through the typical scam right now of the telephone scam, that if you get a number that you don't recognize, here in my country, for example, it's very usual to reply with a yes, you know? And the moment that you're replying with a yes, you're being like, they had your yes. And with that, they can do whatever they want to get your money and your data, blah, 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 blah. So you need to be,
Damn, that's crazy.
yeah, it's crazy.
Okay, yeah, yeah. They record your phone, your voice saying yes, and then they'll use it with like other things or whatever. That is crazy. That's a. I mean, I always figured that they would do shit like that. Like that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, real life. In the physical world, we have, like, here in the U.S. we have FDIC, which is like our money within the banks are insured to up to like $250,000. And I remember a time when my mom got scammed on something, and then we literally called the credit card company like, hey, yo, they took $300 from our wallet. They like tracked down the IP. They were like, oh yeah, they're Russian. I can see right here. And so, like, in a way, like, and then, in a week, the $300 is back. We don't have that in crypto right now, and like those are like some safety nets that are needed. Indeed, there's like just so many things that we need.
Correct.
Go ahead, Kanessa.
Yes, correct.
I was just gonna say, like, you're talking about education bio. You're talking about, a conglomeration of VP. So like pooling our VP together, finding unity. I can think of an NFT project that got $120,000 here to do a DJ battle, who also pulled a lot of VP together. And then if you bought their NFT, they'd take a look at your proposal and they'd vote on it. So I don't like that idea, because as soon as you centralize power, you get some corruption. So we don't have to look for like the Russians to scam us. Those were our friends. Those were people in this room right here who were used and manipulating and social engineering at its best. So I absolutely think that if we could do it in a way that was unified and democratic, it's just, I don't have a lot of faith in humans to do that. Like, I think we got to think for ourselves and think for ourselves, be active, and then we can beat the whales. But like right now, I don't think we're mature enough to handle that much VP at once, because it's already been done and it will happen again.
Rinse and repeat. But I do want to. I know, Make, you've had your hand up for a little bit. How much time you have? Because like I do want to pass it to Jared. He's been up here, and I saw his hand go up and
let
down.
Jared go. I've already been disruptive today. So, hello,
Never mind.
Jared.
And Ozzy, I think Ozzy's
You,
been up here a long, long time. Don't want to forget you. Sorry if we do.
yeah. Well, Jared, I just noticed that Jared kind of dropped down. So yeah. Let's put. Wait, is Jared up here or not? Jared, check.
I see him up here.
Okay, for me it showed him down and then it came back up. Give us a mic check, Jared. I don't hear him.
Ozzy, are you there?
Aye.
You've
How
been up for
goes?
quite a while. I'm not sure if you had subject matter prior to this that you want to bring up, or if you have some points on the current topic.
If not, we're happy to have you. Either way, we could pass it over to Make or anything or whatever.
Did you say Bio or Ozzy?
Ozzy.
Okay, I heard Bio. Yeah. So I guess I wanted to start with a response to Argent's comment earlier about not receiving notifications about proposals that need voting and all that. It's not easy to find the preferences in the forum, but there's a place in there that says like, email me when a policy needs my review, all that stuff. And then there's like I guess it's by default set to never and all that, but there's a way to get notifications in that specific respect. Yeah, I finally started looking to create proposals. Yeah, it actually works and everything. Create proposals. Start with the polls and all that. And some of the some of the subjects which I think need attention. I have several more that I plan to post, but it's never been easy for me to turn my thoughts into written words. Like spoken words it goes a lot faster, and so like the thoughts don't have to stay in midterm memory for as long, and then like, they can be processed and I can continue sentence and all that. I think that's what's going on. And so when I'm needing to put my thoughts into written form, I have to concentrate a lot more. I have to review a lot more of the sentences and all that, because it's just not the what I'm trying to say is just not exactly there anymore when I get to that part of the sentence, and so it's just really a lot more tedious. But yeah, I keep it short with the proposals. And, it's doing okay, I guess. I started with the proposal with the about um the assets, the textures of the assets in Builder. The fact that we don't have a lot of triangles to work with is really only part of the problem. The fact that the main elements that we could put in our scenes that beginners basically that don't know Blender and all that can put in their scenes, they don't have any texture. They're just like color on faces and all that. Simply having textures would do really a whole lot to alleviate the fact that we don't have a lot of triangles. I mean, they don't have a lot of triangles, those assets. And then going as far as doing the bump mapping would also be nice, but that's like extra stuff. It really, I mean, a lot of the
So,
people that I try to get to come join me in Decentraland, they come and they see that like it's like um, toy graphics and all that, and it's really not interesting to them. So I think this is really one of the main issues, one of the main reasons why user retention is so low. It's just so many people just not staying for this kind of graphic. And that would be so easily fixed by just upgrading all the like not upgrading, like actually putting textures in all of these assets. That right. So that's one of the proposals I put out there. Um,
well, thank you. I mean, yeah, thank you for letting us know about that. I think I did see it when I jumped in. I don't want to shift too far off topic because I know Make had like
oh,
uh had something to
okay.
say.
Well, I do have
Uh,
more, so maybe for later. I don't know, or some other time. But like, yeah, there's definitely some subjects I'd like to cover, but probably just and just being in the proposals and all that. But all right, go ahead, mate.
go ahead, Make. I mean, we were back in the conversation of DAOs, and I mean, um, we spoke about safety nets that Web 2 has over Web 3, and yeah. But do you remember your thought? I'm just giving a quick recap just so you can come back to it.
First of all, I want to apologize for my half distraction earlier. I am so sorry. Cooking like crazy today. Thank you guys for hosting a marathon too. It's like, holy crap, are we so back? So like and retweet the space, family. Remind people we're still out here doing it unless Sinful and Canessa want to go home. Few points. One, Bio raises some good thought process. I think it's tough. And then Argent, you as well. I mean, at the end of the day, the FTDIC thing is changing greatly for a lot of people. Like, depending on what card you use or what app you use when you're getting scammed is largely how it's going to affect you anyway. If you open your mailbox or check your text messages or you you know, look at your title for your house, the reality is that is it's easier to scam people than make something right now, right? And the scams are absolutely elaborate to get each and every one of us. I have been taken. They got me pretty good. Thank God I have multiple wallets, right? Um, but on the flip side, I had my dad had a bad Venmo and he wasn't covered. And you got to be really careful when you use Zelle because that's as much as that's a banking tool. Depending on how it's set up, like if it's going to a debit versus a credit kind of experience, you can also lose your money. So I would just say you're safe and you're not safe, right? We live in a world where scams are prevalent and they're built to get us. So no matter how it goes, this is part of the truth that we live in right now. So there's one. So you're both right. And we can fight about it all the time or have things too. Argent, I need to circle back with you on your SoundCloud. So there's that. Uh, we're it's you know we're the trailblazers right now, and when you're trailblazing there are all sorts of, and that's why we're even here in this space because we're finding ways to make things work. um Oz, for you, and it might be worth, and I know Rustan could definitely talk at length about this, but Dr. Drip would be a great reference point for textures and rebaking textures over the top so you could save your polygons on small asset qualities and still have that vision. You know, there's not really another space like Decentraland either. You know, like unless it's a multi-billion-dollar business like a Grand Theft Auto that can have teams all over the world and 5 years to make something. We're in the making of process and it's changing ever so slightly. So I think we should also be rewarded for what we do. Low poly models, KJ. I mean, that space again, if you stopped by last night, the texturing, the colors, the architecture was amazing. I still go back to, I think at some point, we really need to starting with a base house or a few base houses and a few different shapes. And I know they have come in different grants and different ideas and different concepts, but I think if we're going to go to that next version, right, I think it should include like some basic builds for people who own land. And if they want to build something custom, let that be a choice because it opens the door for a soft entry. And I don't know if it's graphics that are hard or people's frustrations with, oh, you can't just stream. Oh, you have to have a builder and learn some code. Those are tough, but there are solutions. And I know we're a solution-based group of people in here. That's why we come every Saturday to participate. So I really hope that happens when the next floor levels, when all the next things open up in this next client, um, that we offer that opportunity to landholders to have a starting point that they can accept. Not a builder, but like, hey, here's what you can have on one parcel. Here's what you can have on two. You know, maybe it could stretch and then we could start taking care of textures and shapes. You know, we're an open world and we all want to be together. Well, you got to sacrifice somewhere for those moments. So here we are again, right? And the uniqueness that is Decentraland and all the creativity that has been spurred has also, there are a lot of people out there. I was trying to say this earlier that I literally met somebody on a photo set randomly on Friday, yesterday, who's like, yeah, I own some land, but I didn't know I couldn't do anything. And I got frustrated and I left. I said, well, I got some people you should meet. We might have some solutions, but come hang out, you know? So I think leaving that door open to having some landing points and changes that are fully optimized so people can have a soft entry and owners would really be helpful. Thanks
It
for the
has
space.
gotten way easier. And like in the last, like, you know, because like when, you know, if you came in DC when the Canessa was here, it was way harder. Like at least now they've had, you know, shoot, the last slices, and they got the open world builder. That's or in world builder. That's come a long way. I don't love Mr. Dingia, but he's got his builds. There's now I agree with you. Like they need to make more accessible. Like builds in a GitHub repository aren't exactly easy for new people to find. But like I do think DCL continues to make steps towards the vision and future you kind of describe.
100%, Jared. The one thing and Mr. Dingia, another absolutely somebody here for the people, like trying to do it however everybody feels. I'm just saying that was done. Where I push back on it is they were built first for 6, and you do still have to go backwards and work it out, right? There is no utopia, but my point is, for the next build, having options that could fit, for people who own land, period, it would make a big difference. Let people figure it out. Let people have choices, but let people just get started. Let people say, I can have my house. I can put my TV, maybe that's not everything, but you would be so surprised. I hear so many people who say, I bought land. I didn't know what to do. And I felt like I got rugged right there. I mean, my first client in Web3 has a place right next to Rustan that I beg for all the time and try and trade like my life away for. It's incredible. And he's like, that was like the end and hard stop for him. If we, while we.
Oh yeah. No, the UI,
That's
UX,
all.
and like usability. The usability is still absolutely miles away from being mainstream accessible. I totally agree with you. Like, I mean, heck, we all heard Canessa kind of tell her like, buy land, come to DCL, feel frustrated and disappointed anecdote. Like that's absolutely like not a universal experience, but like for anyone who doesn't know how to program or push a I agree with you totally. But I do think that like it's I don't know. It's so funny because whenever I'm not in this space or hearing someone say negative things, I'm always the most like, it's bad and crap and dying. When I hear, it's like, no, like, wait, you've reminded me there are good things. And progress is being made toward what you said.
It's called a trauma bond. You're trauma bonded.
Okay, yeah, two things. One, God, I miss hearing your voice. 2, I'm not sure if you're the one getting choked or the one choking. That's all I got for you. God, I miss you, Jared.
I'm willing to believe my audio is not very good. I'm using a pair of standard Apple headphones that I think might have gone through a wash and dry cycle. So if I sound awful, let me know and I'll just abandon trying to communicate.
You sound fantastic, brother.
I started a new job where I just am not on a computer. I got out early on this Saturday. I work 6 days a week, like 10 to 14 hours a day. Driving around in places with no service, so I can't even like come to listen. So I got out early. It's like, oh, they're still going. Because usually by the time I get home to check, I'm like, damn, they've stopped. Of course they didn't go for 6 hours. Why would they have done that? They can only make it for like 4.5.
Thank God for Sinful and Canessa, and I am doing it too. And boy, do I feel old.
Oh yeah.
We out here. We out here. Definitely good to hear from you, Jared. And I do know that we have a couple of other speakers, such as Bitbean, that I would like to hear from. But also, I do see someone in the crowd, interesting person. I'm sorry if I'm like putting you on the spot. I know you're new to the space, but Kate Drawdy down there in the listeners. It says that they created Hackers Podcast in 2014, and I would be interested in, if you have any time, if you could come up and kind of like answer any questions about like what do you know about like Web3 cybersecurity and like being in your field, and is there like any future or any industry looking towards it? But till then, we could continue with what we're doing.
The original reason I had hopped up here, and I had actually put my hand up, and then I lost service and had to jump back on later, was because Canessa talked about people not applying for DAO positions that do pay. And I assume the top of mind one was like the revocation committee. And I just feel like that just is not, the compensation for that is like $200 per case. And there's just no way the like emotional stress of that is worth like $200, because like, I feel like there's like, because then you just become the enemy. You're just getting paid like, max $20 an hour to just be like, someone's going to hate you, whether it's the people who think it should be revoked or the person who revokes it. and I just don't think that like there's very few positions in the DAO I feel like are really well compensated. Like, you know, like if you're, DAO committee members who like, manage to just come in on, the days they sign contracts are probably making good money at $2,500 a month, but like, that's pretty, and even them have all stepped it up and are doing more and more. But I just think that like in general, and like everyone just gets shamed who gets paid. So I feel like that's kind of part of the problem in that.
I think like facilitation squad and then the grant support squad's got their grant going to come up for a vote again soon. So more like the facilitation squad that's poofed.
Yeah, well, I think it's I think like I don't know. I like Fez. I have a lot of respect for Fez. I talk to Fez a lot in DMs. I think it says something about how his character and his ability to communicate, that he is the person who banned me from the forum and the Discord, and I don't hate him. Like the fact that he could be the person who's like, I think I have a lot of respect for Fez, but the dude got worn down from just, the constant like gaslighting from some people, hate from others, and like, not feeling like necessarily anyone else was trying to move in the same direction as he is. And I think it can be very frustrating when like to be in that position to try to wrangle all the cats that is the DAO, because like you see it all the time, like like whenever someone suggests an idea, like for example Doki's got her like we should make some new hairs for the thing, and then like one person will be like, well, I like this idea, but instead of doing it this way, what we should do is we should have like we should crowdsource ideas and do it in a different way. And like you can always find someone who will be like, I like your idea, but I don't want to do it because I think we can do it better in a different way. And it's just like, so even like people who agree with you or support you in some fashion will still kind of like have a way to like not like your idea, nitpick it. And it's just so hard to like move forward in this like herd of cats who all have VP, a voice, and strong opinions. But and then I don't know. It's just, and then everyone just, I don't know. It just seems like the most brutal environment to work in, where you're like, where it is transparent and like people can see what's going on and they know exactly how much you're getting paid because they voted on it. And then to have to like I don't know how many people here have applied for a grant, but it is an excruciating process. Like I know even Rustan, who applied for like $1,000 for like a really great marketing pizza idea. Like I think even he like found that just process miserable and would never apply for a grant again. And like I think that's anyone who's ever applied for a grant, whether it's passed or failed, like the emotional turmoil of having 2 weeks of people just like tell you whether they think you're worth it or not, or if they think you're a piece of shit, depending on how polarizing you are. It's not fun. I think anyone who's ever applied for a grant can probably agree that it is not a fun process.
Yeah, but I know that if I wanted to go to med school and take on $100,000 to $200,000 worth of debt that I have to pay back, like these people are able to get this much money with pretty clear guidelines of what they've got to do, and it's pretty streamlined, and it's not got to get paid back. Like I don't know,
Yeah,
I hear
what
you.
you're saying.
Maybe for $1,000 it's not worth it, but when you're talking like $100,000, that's doctor stuff right there, man. I mean, it is to me. That's a lot of money. So you should be able to like put your document in. You should be able to show your metrics. You should be able to show that you compensated your players.
Oh,
no shade.
totally.
Okay, maybe a little bit of shade.
I do agree with you that 2 weeks of being put through kind of emotional torture on a very small level is probably better. But I also think that part of the issue is that like most of the people who get these huge grants tend to seem to be a little more like, I'm not calling like, not saying psychopath, but maybe a little less empathetic. Because like like I think like a person like a Doki or a Nikki, I think these are more like people who are going to put 100,000% of themselves into it. And even if like maybe the timeline doesn't work because like they've got to move or something comes up, like they're still gonna make good and they're gonna do their best. And it's like often the people who I feel like are like the most honest about their struggles and like see their own failures and are like admitted about it, even have like the hardest time with a grant support squad. Because like if you just gaslight your way through it and like don't take ownership of your failings, it seems like it's easier for those people to just get the money, deliver a subpar quality product. Whereas like if you really like want to take ownership and pride in your work and like admit when you've made mistakes, like those people are the ones who like get doubly beat up because they've shown weakness, like they showed the soft part of their belly to
You're talking about like me, like I'm a scamfluencer, don't you remember? I gave 100% of my money back, and I'm a scamfluencer.
I remember so vividly. I always thought Spotty was a bit of a dick from the start, but yeah.
I got blocked by Saudi Wi-Fi.
Oh, come on. See, dude. That's super easy to do for. I don't know, for a guy who's willing to just go after people forever, and I know that plenty of people don't necessarily love Serena, am I saying her name right? Love her either. I still think for a guy who would just go after her for like a month straight, if you give like just two like kind of quips back, the dude just snap locks. He doesn't have any, he's unwilling to defend himself or kind of stand up for his actual like positions, and it's just kind of like, which I think is pretty, which I think speaks back to it. Like it's an excellent way to live your life if you don't want to face consequences, be empathetic or grow, but want to like make money and not face consequences. You know, just block, block, block. Talk your shit. Don't defend your positions. Call people who asked to get paid $17 an hour and gave all that money back, having still delivered things. I think having given all the money back was probably overly generous. But yeah, exactly, Canessa.
To be honest, we talked about it. We did keep $10 each for gas fees, I think.
Probably not enough, but yeah, exactly. I'm preaching to the choir.
Are you kidding? We are public school teachers, man. That's half a week's salary.
Yeah, exactly. People exactly like you, Canessa, are exactly the people I'm talking about who are going to get the most punished. It's insane of all the people to call out for scamming the DAO, that like the people he chose to like call out were like you and Odd Job. It's just like mind blowing. He could have literally thrown a dart at the list of grant recipients, and the odds he would have hit a more credible and viable person to like slander would have been infinitely higher. But no.
I gotta jump in here and just apologize for bringing him into the beast. I was a longtime spotty holder, and now, yeah, I don't know. I don't
We all
know.
make
That
mistakes.
really sucked. It was like I actually even made him come meet me in a different metaverse to be like, actually, what the fuck? Fuck humans. And what's even worse though, it
As though he has
also
room to
did
talk.
have its effect on Decentraland too, though. And it's like it extends, first of all, past the slander of Odd Job and Canessa, which is 100 and maybe 60% plus 40 unacceptable. But it was like there was a good energy going that was all destroyed over that. And and some people stay around, some people didn't. And this is this like tit for tat reality we keep living through, where we're going through all these emotions and people come and people go, and yet the tax is what's left there, and then how we all navigate through it. It's a real fucking bummer. And I've got my own trials and tribulations. I mean, it ain't like y'all don't know. Just saying. You can't figure it all out, and we can't sit there and figure out what the fucking full answer is. Like, I'm still looking for my own answers, just from back to the point I had to take a full step back and redesign my entire existence again myself. One existence excluded in this statement. That's the hardest part. And that's, I mean, forget that that's really the answer, but it really sucks that at the end of that experience, that what was lost with all that, besides the hardships and absolute insults with people we care about, was the energy that was actually in place there for artists and people, um even DJ Tracks, who has spent a lot more time elsewhere, because not that you're picking sides, but people are trying to figure everything fucking out. And then it's like you had maybe 30 digital artists, musicians that came through that didn't know where to go. You know what I mean? Like, hard to weigh and measure all the emotional tax and physical tax that comes from these experiences, and then to see it drag on to Decentraland is just the biggest bummer. Like, how we figure it all out, we're all not going to get fucking along. That we all know. We all try our best to put our face forward. Shit is tough. Things are hard. People get spun. But the bummer is what comes out at the end of it. Like, I'm going to leave and take my ball with me, and then I'm going to yell at everybody. And then we lose 40 to 60 people who are figuring it out. And I'm not saying or condoning. And actually, I was quite vocal about it personally and direct to source. But it sucks. Like, to me, it just sucks on the vibe it killed.
And just to add a little context, like the with the statement you just said, I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna take my ball with me. The even further before that, the individual was asking for like over $100,000, I believe, for some sort of like 3-day event, which I mean, holy crap. But like, and then when he didn't get it, that's when the backlash came. But I do want to, I do want to like kind of like stop the whole, talking shit, because like let's bring it to a constructive level. What I want to say about the whole experience, and make this goes to you, like don't feel bad, because this is all growing experience. We're all navigating this space. We don't know what the fuck's going on. We see a flashy dude, and we're like, hey, cool, this guy, this guy's cool, like we want to hang out with him. But we learn more things afterwards. But the experience that you get from that is what it is like, could be like a safety net, for a potential safety net for you in the future, uh when dealing with these character types, because that's kind of like what it is. And like I in the Web3 space, I've seen the different character types of people, and yeah, they kind of like match, and but yeah, it comes down to what we learned from this experience, and it's like how we navigate in the space moving forward, and others can learn, like, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you shouldn't feel bad for trying to bring new people into Decentraland who have a platform and like, oh hey, that person just punched my friend in the face. Like you should feel bad if when they punch your friend in the face, you go like, oh, I guess I'm not gonna say anything because like they're big and they have a platform. But like when you stand up for what's right and what you believe in and like defend your friend who just got punched in the face, you have nothing to feel bad for. You just go like, hey, like I was trying my best, made some mistakes. I will never let you get punched in the face again by this person. I apologize. So I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
yeah.
I've been punched in the face by so many fucking people in this Web3 experience. I mean, we all have. I mean, come on. Like, we all trying our best. We all doing our thing. We're all working with people, trying to grind, work together. Sometimes that shit works out. Sometimes that shit doesn't work out. And full disclosure, I didn't bring him into DCL. I was a holder way before with him. I brought him into the Beast. But I'm just saying, I'm not even that situation. Just on the surface level, fucking sucked, right? All around. But what I'm actually talking about is the damage that happened, the energy that was drawing. And it wasn't just because of name, it was because of effort getting put in by external sources that was making those events possible and the things around. It's just like shooting ourselves in the goddamn foot and like
Well, because that was like
fighting.
right as around when Nifty Island came out, and like I think Nifty Island's cool. I don't have the internet bandwidth for it, but like I was just the thing that bummed me out about Nifty was how many people on my timeline appeared promoting Nifty, but like via just crapping on Decentraland, where it was just like that's. I don't and like and also Charles, like one of the founders or like lead at Nifty Island, like reached out to me. Like the dude seemed like he wasn't like orchestrating that. Dude seems legit. Like I think he's works hard. He's grinding. Like I got nothing but love and respect for what he is trying to do. But like he didn't he said he felt bad at the idea that like I felt bad about his product being promoted by shitting on Decentraland. So like I nothing but love for Nifty Island. But like that was such a bummer because
So
I don't know.
The one rebuttal, and I know everybody's got a lot of feelings, right? And Oz, I'm sorry that I'm jumping back in with your hand raised. I just look back at the money being given and not given through Decentraland, and I'm sure there's like a lot of projects that I don't know about being coming from other spaces where the grants have helped things move forward. To me, besides like that gaming aspect, play to earn in this current Web3 truth is just the truth. And it's hard to get around. And it's almost that way in everything these days. But if you total the and rugs plus grants or not, if you rewarded people for earning, and that doesn't just mean mana, but just earning, I wonder what the number would truly be, and I really do wonder where we'd be at, because I think a large reason that Nifty, besides games, has stayed popular, besides the ease of putting up assets, I don't think people are really buying and selling like they do wearables in DCL. But I really wonder if that model has more legs right now and be a better use of money. And I know there's farming and I know all the arguments, but attention's a real thing. And attention right now is getting paid, whether that's in meme coins or anything else, in play to earn.
I do think like that Nifty Island has like a good balance of that like play earn a thing that has like perceived value, but like the game loops also do appear fun. Like people like I see tracks with his speed runs. Like people do look like they're having a good time. So like I do think there's like a good balance, and I'm really I'm optimistic as best I can be. Though I was told recently I'm very cynical, which I was like, no, I'm not. Am I? But I am somewhat optimistic about this new client. Like, the people I know who have used it seemed very excited about this potential that DCL could feel fun, like, and not feel like very clunky. So I'm hopeful that DCL can have more, more fun in its future. Because I do think that, like, it is at times not the most fun experience. And just in speaking to the play to earn, I do think when grants do eventually get turned back on, and I mean, and Jester, I think, kind of ruined it to an extent. But like a lot of the games that do get grants do have like competition leaderboards that do end up coming with prizes. So like the grants program in itself does kind of have a trickle down play to earn effect. Like I know that Soul Magic, is that the one, or is it one of the other RPGs I don't play enough of? But there's currently there's still at least one game that has got like a leaderboard that you can earn some mana on, and like I know that like many other games, and then in some ways, some of the games have play to earn in the sense that like they earn a Nikki Fuego Mythic. I go and I buy that Nikki Fuego Mythic for 100 mana because I want I have my Nikki Fuego Mythic collection needs to expand. So like there's different or my Yanakis Mythic collection needs to expand. From KOA. There is some, play to earn elements still in these games, but I do agree with you that it's not necessarily the most well marketed. And then the thing about the DAO is, and I really feel strongly that like I like what One Existent was saying about having a committee. Like I really think you need a leadership team. Like you need a central force driving a product. Like you can't have 1,000 chefs in the kitchen kind of like constantly changing their mind, and like whoever's like if someone's not busy that week so they can voice their opinion and like kind of shift a direction. Like it's very hard for 1,000 people to build something cohesive. So I do think that I don't know, I kind of got ADHD'd and rambled, and
I'm just gonna say,
ironically didn't have a cohesive thought.
Friday nights there's this fucking dope ass party filled with vibes and happiness, and I'll send you a wearable because you're so handsome, and it's not gonna cost you anything. But we had so much damn fun last night. God darn it!
I do need to log into DCL more often on my times off when I like have my like 2 hours in the evening of free time, but it's so hard because I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why.
It's the summer. It's the summer, guys.
That's
Let's
exactly
be
what it
honest.
is.
It's healthier for us to be living outside in the sun because winter is coming, just like, the Starks. Like, winter's coming. I think it's perfectly okay to not be in Decentraland. Go get some vitamin D. Pretty soon the client will be out. If it's really cool, you're not going to want to leave, and your body is going to need that vitamin D.
It's true. And it is important to remember, like, a lot of us came to Decentraland during a global pandemic. So, like, obviously, a lot of us aren't going to be as locked in as we were when we were literally locked in. So, especially because I was in LA at the time. Now I'm in Vermont. It's way more airy. Even if the pandemic started back again, I could still, like, go many places.
What is this? Game of Thrones? Winter is coming?
Winter is coming.
To Canessa's like summer point, I mean, here's like a slightly grim way to even think about it. Like like let's say right here in the US our average lifespan is 77 years, right? We only get 77 summers. Let that sink in.
Yeah, like you guys saw the picture of my fish. No, well, I had my phone to get my picture, but like no Web3, no nothing, just the water and the fish. And like I think it's really good actually that there's not a lot of people in Decentraland right now, because I'm hoping that they're fucking living their life. I hope they get sunburned. I hope they get splinters and their feet are burnt from the hot sand, because there's some good things about the metaverse, but there's some really bad things, and I think we could all just use, well, more time in nature. If you can get to nature, I don't know where you guys all live, but I don't know. so I just feel sometimes people feel bad because they're not in Decentraland. It's like, no, like we should want our friends to be living their life. So that's all. Get sunburned.
Didn't you mean 69 summers, Sinful?
Billy T Coin in the chat.
I mean, if you're Billy, which kind of makes me sad that if that's like the average lifespan of a Billy, we lose them by 60. No, no, not Billy, but
He's Australian. I'm pretty
go
sure the
ahead.
average lifespan is way lower.
I mean, when you have fucking camel spiders and
Exactly.
fucking kangaroos and shit, like just everywhere, like fucking like
Platypus.
Australia is like basically like a bigger Florida, and I would, as a Florida man, I'm willing to say slightly more dangerous because they got scary shit up there.
Wombats and their square poop.
Like,
Wait,
is it a perfect
is that
square?
a real thing?
Google it. That way you can say you learned something here today.
Nature is so perfect.
But it's not, in theory, Australia one of the top 10 countries for being happy? You know,
Is that
it's
true?
like, yes, is it?
I don't know about
Is it
that.
in the,
COVID looks pretty
if
bad.
you Google for the what is the happier country to go live, you know, if you want to move to another country and so on, and if you want to know who is more the countries that are more happy living because they're whatever is working better. One of the 10 is Australia, and it's the first one that is English speaking for English speaking language.
Right? Aren't all the rest like in the Sweden, Norway, like all those like I don't know.
Probably Japan.
Yeah, Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Sweden, Israel, Netherlands, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Australia, then New Zealand. Yeah, according to CNN, as for 2024. So yeah, you are
Lol.
Fair enough. Kuwait's number 13, but like I don't know anything about Kuwait. But Canada, that's way closer for us guys. We should aim for Canada.
I wonder what their healthcare system looks like, because I think some of them might have different healthcare models than the U.S.
Yeah, I think most of the key to happiness is not having health insurance tied to your job. I think that really does help a lot. I don't actually know anything about Australia's politics, healthcare, or anything. I just know that there's Billy T Coins there, and he seems really happy. So but I'm also confident I could be miserable anywhere. So I will spare these people my presence.
I think that Denmark or Norway, I don't remember, Netherlands, to remember that I have a friend that she's from Netherlands. Now I remember. She was talking on the health system that is also a very good one and it's a public one. And it's even better thought for some parts to the Spanish one, you know, because since the economical, you know, that big economical crisis that hit like 10 years ago, a little bit more, well, our social care system had been damaged through that because the politicians that were on charge them. So talking with these Netherlands people, they were very, very, very happy with them. So, but they are also having like a different way of educating also. So it's something that we should absolutely look to.
Did she rug or did I rug?
Nope, I think she was done. Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
And Ozzy, you've got your hand up. You had it up.
Yes, I was done.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I am saying that yes, I was done.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Ozzy, are you there?
Aye. Yeah, I had, I guess, some comments about the security part. I don't know if I should just jump in or wait or whatever. The entity that managed to hack into your bank account managed to hack into your bank account. I'm not really sure how easy it is with Web3 to do that kind of hacking. I think it's actually a lot harder. The difference indeed with Web3 is that you don't have in place all these big companies that have incentive to protect your accounts with insurances and everything. Web3 is still rather new in that respect, so you really have to be on your own, careful about yourself. But if someone comes knock at your door and then says, can you like just sign this for whatever, and then it ends up being a transaction to take money from your bank account, your bank is going to be like, dude, you shouldn't have signed. It's just exactly the same. Exactly the same, and really Web3 is actually safer because of all the encryption. Makes it harder to hack. Plus the redundancy from the blockchain and all that kind of stuff. So that's my 2 cents. Regarding the comment about like landowners who just don't know what to do with their land, why not direct them to the tool which the foundation has built for that, the web builder, like decentraland.org/builder/scenes.
Well,
This is a
as
little
much as
baffling to me.
Canessa loves it, I find it infinitely infuriating. It's like
Sure,
being trapped in
sure.
a bad version of The Sims,
I
and it
understand.
makes me like
I understand.
anxious.
I understand. I understand. Nevertheless, it is there. First of all, for a complete a beginner who doesn't know how to use Blender and everything, it still works pretty well. There are issues with it. Yes, we need to like go and like pull the foundation's ears about the issues that they're leaving in the SDK and everything. That is what we need to do. We can't be like, oh, this thing is just never gonna, it's just too infuriating to use. We have to go and say, hey, Foundation, your thing is too infuriating to use. Make it a lot more user friendly. We need to start proposals to that respect and try to figure out what's wrong with that and how what they need to do to improve it. Or the DAO needs to do it themselves because ultimately the foundation. Let me see if I still have it up there. The foundations, the foundations, uh, gotten it ready. There it is. So the foundation commitment. There we go. Has like management of brand IP, protection against misinformation, security oversight, smart contract development and audits, revenue generation for the DAO, proposals for concessions, critical changes, and code-based contributions and oversight. So it isn't really part of the commitment of the foundation to create the web builder tool per se. They're doing that as code-based contribution, but in really, like when the foundation is not there anymore, this is the kind of that's part of the things that the DAO will have to be able to do by themselves. So it's like already something which should be thought of as being the DAO's responsibility, making sure that the web builder tool is appropriate for all those landowners who are just beginners and need something simple to use.
I do
Like
agree with you.
Lashram's first Last Slice project and everything is a good step in that direction as well. But yeah,
I agree with you that the DAO
that's
should take more ownership of that. But what I've seen recently is that there's a lot of like people who will be like for example, not to use Doki as, but she's currently the prop I'm most interested in and want to see pass. But like, there's a lot of people who I was just reading the forums are like, well, like what about the foundation? Like, why isn't the foundation this? Like, it's like, well, like no, like the DAO should take ownership of this kind of part of the process, and like there are we're lucky to have someone like Adoki who's both clearly has demonstrated
right.
the capability and the portfolio of doing hair. She has a relationship with the DAO, so she is communicating with Shibu. Like she can absolutely get whatever hair the DAO pays her to make implemented. So like but there's a lot of people who are just kind of like they're very hung up on the idea that I think there's like the one thing like real Web3 like junkies and like believers like yourself kind of like I think they don't appreciate how much the average normie really likes the idea of a centralized person in control who can save them from themselves and who can guide the ship to an extent. So like even though I agree with you, the DAO should absolutely take charge on some of these things. You're always gonna get a lot of pushback from people being like, well, like Why don't we let the foundation do it? Why don't we make a canny request to get the foundation? And then on top of that, like to get to how get for other regular people to get the foundation to do stuff. I bet most people don't have any idea about the canny that you would go to submit an idea to try to get the foundation to actually implement what you want. But
So,
If
so Jared, I mean, I wanted to kind of even add that like okay, so like yes, I agree. Like I know I've been pushing more towards like it should be foundation funded, but it's only because of the current state that we're in. Like they don't relinquish control for the DAO creators to like really implement their creations officially. Like for example, a couple like we mentioned Madamus's proposal earlier, like 15K down the drain. They're like, nah, we'll just make our own. Like then why didn't they hire Madamus instead to like, or like I don't know, it could have been 15K cheaper at that point. Or fuck, what was that second example? Oh, Nikki's hands. Although they got added eventually, there was a lot of pushback at the very beginning where they're like, no, I don't think we're going to implement this until we have Avatars 2.0 or something like that. It's going to be part of our Avatars 2.0 that's going to come out, I don't know when. So that's kind of what I have to add to
I
that.
agree with
And
you.
we lost
I
Audrey.
hear what you're saying, and I think that's kind of why someone like Adoki is in an excellent position for this type of grant because like she has worked with the foundation. Like Ava, is that the name of the character? Like like that big cartoon girl with the skateboard who she's in Genesis Plaza. Aisha, thank you. So she designed and made that. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. She'll probably jump in my DMs to tell me if I am. I know she has a working relationship with them. Like she's and for the hands thing, I think that's more of kind of like a product manager priority because it's like hands are a cool, nice to have thing, but is a hand slot going to move the needle on getting new users necessarily? So like I don't think anyone at the foundation
It's hair.
I don't think
It's hair though. Like is it making the platform be able to sustain more users?
I think that having better base wearables where when a person comes in, they don't feel like a weird blocky, like people want to feel like aesthetically pleasing. So I do think that it's like adding a whole new category. I think like a hand is like, because like every person who made a wearable then had to go back through and update their shirts if you want hands. Like none of my wearables still can use hands theoretically because I'm a lazy piece of shit. So there was a cost for every person who'd ever published a wearable. It sustained a cost. Every curator had to go do more like essentially free labor. So like there was a bigger cost to like many people and literally every curator who ever did anything on the platform with the implementation of hands. Whereas like if Doki goes out and makes some gorgeous hair, which I think everyone here agrees and believes that Doki can make great hair. If there's anyone that doesn't think that, speak up. I promise I won't say hurtful things. I will just try to understand your position. But I think generally most people all agree Doki can make dope hair. So like, and the foundation will implement that. She's, I don't know if she said it in the grant or if she said it in my DMs when I was asking her about the grant, but like, I know she's like talked to Shibo, she's talked to the foundation, like they will implement it. So like we can seamlessly, without adding any extra cost or work to curators, to anyone who's ever published anything. And like, and on top of that, some people are like, well, if we make hair better, the secondary market for hair sellers are going to get hurt. Like Doki is the secondary market for hair. Like the overwhelming majority of hair you can buy in Decentraland, she made. The only person she's going to hurt financially is like herself. So like, it's just, I just feel like.
Say that maybe she should think this over and just get greedy. Just don't be altruistic. Just get greedy.
Because but I do think, and I agree with you. Like, I don't think it's going to move the needle a lot. And I hear what I think it is a reasonable rebuttal to my point about hands not necessarily moving the needle for new users. But I think that I think we should get a Yanakis grant and a KJ grant to like redo the base wearables. Like, because I swear there was one that like Punk Pink had put up, but maybe it failed. Maybe
the young Thanku who was
was it Anku who had it?
I think they put it out. I don't think they did a proposal.
Oh, they just asked the hypothetical?
It could have been
so,
somebody did.
So I guess a continuation question that I have here is like we're going into a whole new platform. Oh, okay, never mind. I don't think it counts because Doki has mentioned to me that that it will be implemented into the next platform. What I'm trying to get to is I would really like to see Foundation put up the extra work as a bid and tendering in our DAO. If they really want to use it that way, let the official entity come in, be like, hey, we need this work done. Place your bids.
I do agree with you that I was talking to Cheddar, who had asked Doki some very reasonable questions, and I like come to her DMs being like, why are you hating on Doki? And then I immediately retract. It's like, okay, hating's a little aggressive. You were just asking reasonable questions. But we had a good conversation, and she had suggested that it'd be a great use for the bidding and tendering to get a more fleshed out thing. Because as Doki wants to also add, she wants to add some more hairstyles for people of color, as I believe herself is one of, and wants more representation. And Cheddar was pointing out that her as a I don't want to misquote which type of person of color she is, but she was like, well, what about these nations? I want to say she's Caribbean, African. There's a third option, just better examples of getting community input on and then having a more thorough bidding and tendering process for this process, which is kind of what I was referencing when I said whenever someone puts forth something that is good or we all at least half agree isn't it would be reasonable. There's always kind of a yeah, but I can't support it because I think there's a better way to do it. But then also no one ever actually, though Cheddar's not one to throw that stone at, Cheddar puts her money where her mouth is. But often people who will suggest there's a better way to do things don't actually make any effort to do things in the better way.
I feel like the bid and tendering process, if you have multiple bidders, there could be the possibility of the reaching the true cost of what the work is. Yeah, I mean, if you have someone saying I can do this for 25,000, and then the next comes and they're like I can do the same for 15, and then it's from there you can dissect the both. Okay, it's what are you giving me that's worth 10,000 more than him or than the other did or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you that there is something to be said for having competitive bidding to get a low cost, but I don't. And I think that the DAO is absolutely guilty of overspending on things. I think that, not once again to throw Ingester under the bus, but I do think the wearable, which is what I do think that the wearable cost, and I do think the DAO should work on. And at one point I was trying to do it before I was told no one asked you to do this, STFU. But I do think the DAO should work on a price guide. There should absolutely be we should all come together and be for a 3D model, we're willing to pay this much dollars. But I believe Doki's average cost per 3D model is $300, which is about what she would charge. And
300 euros. That would probably equals out to $394.
I thought it was slightly less than that, but I think it was. I do agree it was more than $300. But either way, I don't think it's not that's not an exorbitant cost. People have hidden paying more for wearables within overpriced games or underpriced and other products. I don't think she's being greedy. I don't know if you agree or disagree. I don't think her ask was and obviously I am biased. I'm a Doki fanboy. Doki could have asked for twice as much money. I would defend it just as passionately. I won't deny that. But I don't. I'd like to think that on some level I am still not totally so obsessed with Doki that I would lie to myself and defend if she was actually doing something I thought was stealing and a crime. She's gonna spend 3 months working on this hair. She's gonna she's going to put good work in. And I also honestly, like I said, applying for grants suck. I honestly think there should absolutely be just an extra 10% added to cost just for the stress of going through the grant. Especially because nowadays a POI can't even freaking pass. So when you apply for a grant nowadays, you're literally just asking to be told you're not good enough for 2 weeks. And honestly, if you get a little gravy for putting up with that process, I don't even hate it. Since the buy and all, what was that $180,000 down the drain for just absolutely the trashiest, worst builds, worst wearables. I think that
No, Jared, we both agree on this one. The great value stitch is our favorite.
Okay, the Stitch is dope. The one of the wearables, they accidentally made a good one. I don't deny that. Somehow there was accidentally one decent one did come out of that. But other than that, one, which also it does look like they kind of plagiarized some other people's work. But I don't. But I agree. I do agree with you that like we as a community should probably use the bidding and tendering process more. I just think the problem is that from a motivation, humans are inherently greedy. Humans are going to be like, here's the skills I have. How can I offer to help the DAO and help myself out a little bit as well? And like, I don't think like it's harder to get people to look at what the DAO needs, suggest something that they're not, because like most of the time you see bidding and tendering, it's just a person trying to get around the grant freeze this nowadays. Currently, they're like, oh, I want to make this thing in a grant, but it doesn't fall into the grant category. I'm going to suggest the DAO, implements this, what was the stupid one? The financial responsibility one where like either way, currently I think there are some motivational flaws with the bidding and tendering process that are leaving it so that for the most part it just makes sense that it makes sense that grants are still kind of the primary driving factor, since it's easier for a person to go like, what skills do I have, how can I help the DAO, and then it is up to the DAO and the community to kind of go, is this person being a greedy shitbag, have they have they been reasonable about it, and like kind of decide from there. And again, I'm biased, but in general, I don't feel like Doki was being a greedy shitbag about it. I think she kind of came up with a pretty fair price. Like she based off of her own, what work she does, based off of, the fact that applying for grants suck. So I don't know. I mean, I will defend Doki till my dying breath. So, I am biased, so I have to acknowledge that. But I agree with you that it would be awesome if bidding and tendering got more love. But I think we gotta, like, the community is also so small, so like half the time you put up a bidding and tendering, like for the moderating the DAO for the DAO Discord only got like 2 or 3 applicants, and it still failed because it was like a group of people no one had ever heard of, and then Janko, Mimsy, and HP, who was just going to be doing programming and not actually doing any enforcement of rules. Like they got shot down because he was like, I hate HP, which at the time I didn't have negative feelings about HP, but currently I'm on the fence. I'm a little torn. Did you guys ever talk about him unbanning Two to the Moon earlier when that happened? Because I don't know. That I feel like was a that really shook my confidence in HP, but that is an ADHD thought we can talk about later.
Nah, I mean I don't think we've discussed that one. I mean, it was a choice made by them for whatever reason.
Up until that point, I always felt like HP was a pretty an excellent person to be the sole moderator of the DAO, and as soon as that happened, I was like, I think maybe I had this person read all wrong, because like.
Well, okay, now I remember what I was gonna say. It's because of the reason why that failed is because of the current way that our DAO operates with voting. We need to fix that 1-to-1 vote.
I still don't did Esteban never release a statement or talk to anyone about just undelegating everyone? Because like I don't fully understand.
I'm sure he was just sick of the bullshit. I mean, I'm sure it's a lot as well because us the delegates are popular. What do you think? Well, how do you think his DMs are and like from all sides because
that's fair. I do. My impression of Esteban, we're not very close. He doesn't like me. I get the sense he's a sensitive soul. I don't think he would like having his DMs filled with like negativity or being told things suck. And I do imagine he got it from all sides. Like I'm sure, he got the people being like, why did you delegate to the cartel? Why? And then the other people being like, look at this, favoritism. And I mean, but I still would have liked to have seen him speak up on it a little bit or something, but I don't know, because
who knows? I mean,
because it did make.
I'm sure he's like a very chill person. Vanessa, did you get the chance to meet him in Argentina?
I did. He's
She's like, I did.
Yes. I saw a photo of him. He has long hair now. He looks totally different. Like the photo I saw, because he looks cool as fuck in his Twitter profile photo. and he looked like such a nerd in the photos I saw of him. Like I love my nerds. It's not like he's still like a cool nerd, but like he did not. He looked because like he looks like a suave motherfucker in his Twitter profile picture with like his little short haircut. But like he's got long hair now. He looks super nerdy. I was just like, wait, that's not the same guy, is it? But
Are you talking about HP?
no. HP cut his hair. HP's hair is
Okay.
short now. His hair used to be long.
I was gonna say he's come to me, he came across just as pompous as he is in the.
Oh no, but we were talking about Esteban though.
I think we should, like, I don't want my space, like at least my 50% of it, to be used to like bash people. If it was me, I would want somebody to be like, all right,
Sorry.
I agree, especially someone who isn't here. We shouldn't talk.
I'm a shitbag sometimes, right? I am not perfect, so every one of us is gonna do stuff. I've done stuff that I'm like, dang, like that. Why did I do that? That was stupid. I shouldn't have done that. My ego was, like. So we're all gonna do stupid stuff. Some people just make it a habit, but I think we should probably not use. Welcome back, Jared. But we're not gonna use this space to do that.
Esteban, I wasn't bad nothing anyway. That was one existence who should.
I know. So, but dang, now I threw you under the bus. But I will say this: Esteban is cool. I like had to go up and introduce myself to him, and I felt very old.
I would just say he seems very chill. He seems like a sensitive person, like which is a good thing. It's good to be a considerate and sensitive person.
It's possible for founders of projects to be good, decent, sensitive people who are just trying to figure this shit out. And when I was their age, I did not have myself figured out, let alone how to run a company. This is not like this is not Meta, this is not Facebook or whatever, Google, where you're hiring like an executive with 20 years of leadership. Like these guys, I'm sorry, but they are figuring it out as they go. I'm sure people are gonna hate me because I'm not just like pitchforking them, but I can tell you I've probably spent more time with Yamel than anybody here. Like
he still looks like a suave motherfucker. Okay,
that guy is. He is.
He still looks suave.
Yamel is more suave than you. It's just, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah,
it's just the way it goes.
I didn't intend my descriptions of Esteban's aesthetics to be insulting. I was just caught off guard when someone had shared a photo being like, oh, I met Esteban. I was like, what? That's not the same guy. But anyway, no, and as much as I don't want to defend HP right now because I'm currently annoyed at him, I think HP has a hard time. English is not his first language. I think that he definitely does come across poorly from time to time. But I mean, I am absolutely in no place to criticize anyone who comes across poorly from time to time. But I think in general, he's pretty consistent. And most of, I think, his shortcomings come across from, not being able to articulate himself because none of us speak French, and like bad-mouthing his ability to communicate himself ideally in our preferred language isn't necessarily fair. So that will be
Je ne parle pas français, but
no parlez-vous français.
Catalan is very close, so if any, I can help. But I want to say something very quick to make it before he goes. Please accept my friendship in Discord, because if not, it's going to be very difficult to track me. I mean, forget to DM me in X or any social media. For me, where's Discord? So
who do you want to accept your friendship in Discord?
Make an FFT, yeah, because I know he wants some of my music, so that's why I'm like saying it like here out loud, hoping he's hearing that and goes back to Discord and check that. Sorry to just cut the conversation.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. I am also in no place to ever give anyone a hard time for interrupting me, so
No, you're gentle. I think some of the things that you said, I agree. The backlashing is something that we sometimes rant with people, and and la. In this case, existence or whatever is ranting. We need to, as Canessa said, also because sometimes we are so drained to that they can be negative. So let's try to run, but on a way that is converting it into a positive criticism of the system, and giving not only the questions that we need to hear, but also maybe responding the hard questions that we should be doing to all the, not, in this case it's the Decentraland Foundation, but remember, the micro reproduces the macro and the macro the micro. So it's something that we have to applicate to any other field of our lives, but especially if we are talking of the Decentraland and how it has to work and so on. I want to rescue some of the things that it was done and said before by Ozzy and Jarod and it, that I listened. That is, for example, uh, there are some stuff is that and we have to think in this. Jared was pointing this, that the regular folk just want to enjoy the platform and make it like friendly for them. Maybe they are not here for building or for creating or for anything like that. That's another part of it, you know. So we have to think in who are the targets that we are having right now, that we want to have, and how to make friendly and easier, the easier way, all these things. And to me, for example, is something that I already, you know, said before, but the best way to have a look of how things are going on, as an example, is the Blender Foundation. If you know the story of them and the software, and especially creators that we are using, the probably are the ones that are, you know, knowing this shit. But if you're not into the circle of 3D creation and open source and so on, you probably will not know. So I think there's a huge thing that Decentraland who should learn and implement from the Blender Foundation for give us our maximum. Of course, we are not going to be 100% of all happy because it's difficult. It's very, very difficult. But at least on a way that is going to be not functional only, but successful. And this is something that if that you cannot let it to someone, for example, I think it was sinful or make it or existence who say it, I don't remember. You have to be not all the people by this grace, because and by grace at the same time, you know, we are the same. So, and our knowledge is not the same. For example, if we need some people that is specialized on certain parts to be aware and putting effort into those parts. Like, for example, a lawyer. It's not the same what a lawyer on laws that they know how it works, how it can be done in real life, and it should be done also in this in for, you know, the well-being of all of us. Than, for example, someone that does not has that background. If a lawyer is at the same time someone that is specialized in this kind of environment, and it's even better because it's not the same a regular liar that, or a liar that is a criminalistic liar, than a liar that is on, for example, business things and acquisitions and all these things. So we need to also identify those aspects and start identifying that we need, yes, we need this guy knowledge, this guy's knowledge, this guy's knowledge, this other guy's knowledge, and other things that are also guys that has the ability to next those knowledges. Because, for example, specialized lawyer may think only in their up of things, but is not aware, for example, to what is someone that is a science environmental person, so ecologist, I guess, but zoologist, someone, someone with a biological degree on that, that is able to do more nexus because they understand how environments work. So understanding environments working is something that biologists do best than anyone else, you know. So if we can try to combine that with technology experts, with lawyer experts, with economical experts, we will get our nexus. But until then, we have also to do the hard questions that very few people is doing, and not all the people is going to do it because they it's not essential to them, you know. So what we need to do is the people that are more involved, or they the foundation in this case should do is, or we should ask for, or whatever is the how to achieve this, make absolutely friendly and easy to understand and easy to do the things. For example, voting, if you can vote directly from the Decentraland while you are in a party listening music, and at the same time it's a pop-up and it's saying to you, remember that there's a whatever grant, and this grant is beneficial in you because this happens. Probably the person that is enjoying it, well, that it has no, for example, land or voting power or whatever, is going to vote anyway, because it's something that, and is do in a way that is not cutting the experience of the person. So it's not something that you are saying, oh, shoot, another pop-up advertisement pop-up, so I don't look it. So it's something that you say you're in world, you're ready, you're having a nice time, and you're saying, oh, yeah, oh, yes, this is a non-disturbance message of your experience, little reminder telling you, hey, remember this is on, and if you vote, maybe you're going to have some appreciation tokens, and that can be just something like fun, like suddenly have glitter explosion on your screen, that that would be
Oh,
dope. Just to vote, to have that for the major part of the people. So we need to rethink on those how to's, how to achieve this experience, how to achieve this better, how to understand this better, to translate this knowledge on an easier, fast way, and that is not manipulated for a bad thing and to create a bad thing to the people, and also be secure on your voting, that you're voting someone that already is a person that has a background and that is not a scammer that is going to disappear after getting the money or doing something that is met and don't accomplish what they have done.
I totally agree with a lot of what you're saying. If I think I understand, because I think you're talking about kind of the dopamine of like the gamification with the explosion on the screen. Like I agree. Like one of my many careers in life, I did like QA. I worked QA on video games, and I got up to being a designer just before COVID. But like programmers are like notoriously terrible at like understanding how regular people view things, because like they can read the code, they know how it works. So like you need people to come in and like take things from the programmers to kind of like dumb it down, or like add the flair and the pop that kind of like gives those endorphins and dopamine hits for humans. And I definitely agree that like all of Web3 and crypto for the most part is still kind of in that like in the programmer's hand stage where it really needs some UX people and some like designers to come in and like make it more easily digestible and to make it like more fun and exciting to give you that like that feedback that makes you feel excited about participating. So I totally agree with you there. And then and as for the like changing like the changing kind of how the system works and like the having committees, like I know from talking to Fez that Esteban is open and like interested in kind of supporting like a change to how the DAO operates and works. Now obviously Fez has got a new job working for like some company that does things with lots of DAOs, and I'm happy for him. But hopefully, like I know that there is support from people with lots of mana for implementing kind of the changes to kind of have a group of experts who can kind of be that buffer between the voice of the people and like executing it effectively.
But just an example, here, for example, myself, with the ideas that I'm giving and so on, I am giving them to us, to our community. But for example, I have no idea how to put those or to bring those to actually someone in the foundation team that is going to listen to me really and understand and put it in action. So that is
are you
something that we
familiar
need
with Canny?
No.
Oh, well, there's Canny is a website where I don't know what its ultimate purpose is, but they have like the DAO, the foundation there's a Canny board where you can like suggest ideas. So like you go like I think we should like for example, despite having the hands for example having been a popular proposal, I believe Nikki also submitted a Canny request to go like I think we should implement hands. And then like if you send like the link to your friends and they can all upvote the idea. And like the foundation, I think responds pretty quickly. And I think I really need to go find the website because it's
here.
You can get to it with feedback.decentraland.org. That gets to
I'll
the
make
Canny.
it really easy. I posted a link right above you. If you just go up, it's on the side. It says Canessa. That is my Canny request to get rid of the buffer. There's an invisible silent buffer parcel, the 2 parcels that goes around the whole map, so that nobody will have seaside property unless that's changed. And maybe it's going to be changed when the client comes out. But click that.
Yeah, we should all support that idea because but like it's and a lot of people like the Canny is really controversial for some of the people because a lot of people go like, wait a minute, what's the point of the DAO if like 20 people thumbs upping this thing in Canny, which is like a centralized, it's centralized, that can get implemented faster than a DAO vote.
There's also you have feedback.decentraland.org that also goes to the Canny. So that may be a better way of getting people to go to specifically Canny without them knowing that they're doing Canny.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Oh, that is it. You're spot on. To be fair, though, once again, as I said, like programmers made this, like the UI is not very appealing. It's not necessarily the most like you don't necessarily have like it's World Explorer Marketplace, like it's very broad topic, so it is a little still obtuse. But that said, if you're trying to get feedback directly to the foundation, like and also the DAO to an extent will also like they do use it though. Gino or Zeno, I can't remember which one, replied to me like months later after I'd submitted something. Like there's varying degrees of depending on which category you're in, but so that is a good way to get feedback directly to the foundation.
Right, and the main thing about it is that the community can actually upvote the those posts, and so I've been trying to figure out how best to like obviously it's just posting on Discord like Canessa did. It's like raising awareness for specific Canny posts and all that. But ultimately, the being able as a community to upvote these Canny posts, I think is the best way to actually communicate to the foundation which of those issues are the most painful to at any given point in time.
Yeah. Sorry to interrupt, but remember that when you say Canny, for a lot of people that is not English speaker, we may understand a lot of things.
Just tell them feedback.decentraland.org. Don't tell them Canny. Tell them feedback.decentraland.org. That goes to the Canny place and where you can upvote just the same and all that. Feedback.decentraland.org.
Feedback
FEED. Yeah.
Decentraland.org.
ORG.
Yeah, that goes to exactly the same website with Canny.
Okay.
But for what it's worth,
Thank you.
Argent, canny is not as an English speaker, I have no idea what this word means. It's like, it's like
Exactly.
It's like Yelp.
Just
It is a meaningless, just nonsense word that now means place we go to tell the foundation what we want.
Yeah, the main thing about it is that as a community, it's possible to upvote specific posts, and so really make it clear to the foundation which are the painful points to the most people and all that.
I do agree with like the Lord likes of the world who kind of like frustrated by this since it like absolutely circumvents the DAO. But it's important to realize that the foundation is absolutely separate of the DAO. And Sinful's hands up, so it's rude of me to keep talking.
Oh no, I wasn't talking. I was just waiting my turn. No, this is because it's kind of just a side note, just information that was asked earlier, and it got answered. The next all hands will be August 7th at 11 a.m. Eastern. So
it's
yeah,
so awesome how they hold those at times where anyone with a job can't possibly attend.
Right. So, and also a secondary thing, I don't know if ABC Decentraland is going on right now. So if anyone can find out, definitely let us know. And yeah, we can kind of like do a raid over there in a way. Try to get everyone that's Vanessa's land currently over there at least.
It doesn't look like there's any, but oh yeah, there's 3 people at the clubhouse. And one of them is Odd Job, so I think that's our cue.
I
think that's our cue. So yeah, we could probably keep the conversation going for a little while longer. It's all up to Vanessa or whether we should kind of like do a stop or go over a little bit and finish the topics off.
I mean, I think that we've said a lot today. It's a lot to process. If anybody has pressing things, jump up. But I feel like we did a lot, and old guys here, and Metatiger, Metawolf.
I did have one last thought, but I think I can spit out quickly, but I might, maybe not. But someone had said that like changing how things work, like if you change how the DAO works because of like mana investors, like that's rugging mana investors, I think that's technically not necessarily fair since you would use the DAO and mana to alter the system. And also most people who've invested in mana have never participated in the DAO. So I don't think that like 98% of mana holders would not know or care if how the DAO works was changed. And then most of the people who have a great deal of power in the DAO now either like acquired their land through theft or like bought mana on pennies, like for pennies. So like no one is getting rugged if you change how the like decision-making process of the DAO works on some level. And I just think that was one thought I thought was important that I wanted to share earlier, but was that conversation is so long dead that maybe this thought is irrelevant now. But anyway, I had to just get it out so I could sleep at night. Thank you.
I just want before I forget, because my marketing skills sucks. That the 25% of discount on my stuff is in the hut that are to the NFTs right now. You have a 25% only until Monday. I'm gonna put the link there, but just for you to know.
What website?
Because I always forget to say it before when there's a bunch of people around, But for the ones that are here, that is, the late ones in here resistant, well, I'm going to put the link back, share the link for you.
Sweet. And everyone should go vote yes on Doki's grant request because even if you don't think it's perfect, it's pretty good. And, we've all spent lots of money in DCL and we've all some of us have lost lots of money investing in Web3 and crypto. And like, if someone that we all generally agree is a good person trying their genuine best can make a modest amount of money to do the work they love, I think we should just support that and count that as a win. because I will probably never break even in Web3, but if Doki can pay her rent by making hair that makes everyone look a little bit better, I think that I will be happy to take that as a W and count that towards my break even cost. So if you're on the fence, just go go vote yes, because she is a genuine, authentic person. She is kind. Like she feels bad when she lets people down, but she feels like she's let people down, even though I don't think she's ever let anyone down. She always makes good on what she says, even if it takes her a little bit longer than her her enthusiasm and commitment to a thing. Maybe she, I don't know. I love Doki. She's the best. She's genuine. She's kind. She even if it takes her a little bit longer. And you should also all go buy Argent's NFTs because she's here week in and week out. And
thank you.
And
but also, yeah, I also want to reinforce what Jared just say. I'm bringing attention that is something that it happens to a lot of indie creators like me or Doki or any people, even with Rustan. A day we were talking about this is even he's a worldwide figure on what he does, that is body painting. So and I was also this with low poly also talking about this, and we are also it's very important, very important to consider that the people that do creation for a living, they are doing their best always, and some of us ends with imposter syndrome, like that is something maybe why, for example, Doc is feeling like that. And it's very important, the community talking to you back and appreciating your work and appreciating yourself. So it's important. Not I would add, not in this case, especially for the people that knows Doki, that owns Doki hair or whatever, to just send to her an appreciation message, because she probably will feel way better. It's a way to avoid, for example, the imposter syndrome that by disgrace a lot of us and developing in this is not as uncommon as one thing. It's very common. Even Bruce Springsteen has it, and a lot of well-known figures. So imagine, especially if you're an indie developer that is, that you're not super aware on, for example, how to market yourself or how to make your followers growing, because maybe you are a one team only person, and what you are focusing is in the art. And if you're focusing in the art is and you have to as a boss, as you as yourself as a boss has to, and a multi because you are the only one in the team, so you have to do it all. You have to take away a lot of that creation time to tasks like, for example, how to be effective in social media. And that's also a learning curve, and that's also a curve that you have to dedicate a lot of hours to, and that it takes you away from that. So I encourage you, if you own something from Doggy, especially, to just send her an appreciation, like I love your hair, and that's all, or whatever. And the same with any creator that you have and that you love, and that that is especially a little one.
I think that's an excellent point. Speaking of which, Judas is in the audience. That motherfucker, he's created so much shit. He's super talented. Love his shit. He's always still on Twitter. He's still grinding. I think that's 100% correct. That everyone should, like, especially now, because, like, I think, when I'm in here and I hear anyone saying the bad thing with DCL, it reinvigorates my love for and desire to defend it. But, like, I think we all can, like, have felt that, like, the energy in DCL isn't where it was 2 years ago or a year ago. Like, the creators are definitely not, like, it's hard to find that enthusiasm and excitement to like post a new wearable or like keep going. Like for Dr. Drip, he's not here right now, but like he's making good on his promise. Like if you bought like a whole set of his stuff, he's airdropping free wearables to people. I need to go buy that necklace so that I don't miss out on that airdrop. But like it's like you gotta like to have like it's hard to have that grit, determination, and follow through when like it just feels like no one cares. So like
Correct.
and it's hard
Correct.
to like and it's hard to feel the energy and desire to necessarily be positive sometimes when like your own life isn't going well and like things are struggling. But like
Mhm.
I 100% agree. Like last Sunday, Saturday, one day this week, at some point in the last 7 days, I like sent like 5 like CK bubbles. I think you're awesome. I love seeing what you're doing on Twitter,
Mhm.
grinding it. I sent Odd
Just
Job
winning.
like yeah. So
Yeah.
yeah, you just gotta send. And and only like 1 or 2 of the like 5 people I sent a nice thing to replied, and like that felt good. But it's like awkward when they reply. I just want them to know that I loved them, and it like it feels good to tell people nice things. Like don't lie, don't make it up. But like there's absolutely you can pick a person, and like I don't know. I was feeling really shitty last week. I took like a day to just one morning to send nice positive energy messages, and it like felt good. It took me like helped
It
move me a little bit
works.
less in my funk. So like
Yes,
do
it
it.
works. Yes, and also you bring the attention and for example, the process, the creative process. I want to say we still have, well, we have nowadays like AI tools that can do things faster, but they have a cost, a learning curve, and also it's not always what you want to do, nor working for you. For example, if you want to do a hair, you go through as a creator, you have 2 ways: or be the awesome creator that actually concepts it from its own mind, that is what it should be always, or just copy. So if we don't talk about the copiers, or we talk about these awesome people that is always thinking in new ways, or and rethinking and putting in the concept a lot of time that sometimes we don't see it. We see the final result and we think it's something easy to do, fast to do, and that's all. And it's not. It has a lot. If you are um, following a creator that indeed is a creator, you will know that what they spend major part of the time is how to concept the idea to work, not only to be an awesome product or art piece or whatever, but also something that is going to be make happy people. And not only make happy people because maybe you don't want them to be happy, but to send them a message that resonates, that embarks them into later an action, like vote you know and the rights of the people and all this shit. But the thing is that sometimes we forget in that part, and it's very important to have this on mind. Yesterday with Sinful and Brandon, we were watching the Olympians in Paris, the ceremony of aperture, and it was whoa, colossal. And all the time in my mind, I was thinking, oh, whoa, I wish I had been part of those brains that actually had the opportunity to use the whole city as a stage and do that mega awesome production. And is sometimes the concept of how to do that on a way that is going to be enjoyable for all the people is super hard, and this is not something that is going to be solving a tool like AI or a blender or whatever other tool is. The tools are just for to make the work, That's all. But at the two, 3 months later, then I reply, and then I reply from all my heart and truly from the bottom of my existence, because it's super important. And with us, I have spoken.
And also, yeah, in this day and age with AI, like, you know, AI only can work because it like combs and steals essentially from real artists. Like, you need the people crazy enough to like pour themselves into making new original things. And like the overwhelming majority of those people are not millionaires. They're not like, it takes, it's like you gotta hit a lottery ticket to be crazy enough to pour yourself into art and to make it actually pay your bills. So like, the payment of like, hey, I want you to know I really appreciate and love your work is, you know, often going to be much more than they're going to get than money in many ways. So yeah, like if you want AI of the future to be awesome, support the people crazy enough to like pour their lives into doing cool stuff. Like use the example of the Olympics, like those people are also all crazy. It's insane to dedicate your life to being a great pole vaulter. But like when you see someone who's truly great at it, it makes you feel something inside. Like you feel like, damn, that's amazing. That person dedicated way too much time to learning to run and jump with a stick. And god damn it, they're fucking amazing at it. And why didn't I do that? Like anyone that can make you go, why didn't I learn to run and jump with a stick has done something amazing. And like, you know, that
Curling.
is
Curling.
I mean,
curling is like the pinnacle. I want to be in curling, but I want to be the person that just yells. Like
I totally do that.
Extreme yelling.
Yes,
Go sweep, or this person with the sweeper broom.
Yeah, I love every 4 years when we get to sit around and watch curling. It's crazy, but yeah, 100%. That is yeah, exactly.
As somebody from northern Wisconsin, I can kind of just verify that those Canadian winters are long winters, and there's a lot of ice, and it's either that or catch some muskies in the ice hole, and so it's probably just better to be curling.
I have a couple friends who go ice fishing, and I will just never be. I barely can handle regular fishing. Fish are gross. The bugs. Ice fishing is cold, and fish are still gross. At least there are no bugs. The one thing ice fishing has going for it is there are no bugs. Ice fishing is.
Can I just abuse my power and mute the whole room and kick you out?
Or do you like ice fishing? Do you ice fish?
I don't
Or
ice
do you?
fish, but I fish.
Oh no, I know. I've gone fishing. I am. You know, if it was the '90s, people would make like gender, disrespectful statements to me about my feelings about touching worms or handling fish. Like when my buddy catches fish and he guts them and he fillets them and he makes us some like river. Like I don't like fish. Like I'm not like I had to teach myself to like salmon. But like I went kayaking with my buddy. He caught some bass or like a trout. I don't know what swim in rivers. The stuff's delicious. I respect fishermen, but like I myself, I can't do it. But like, and the idea of sitting in a cold hut trying to catch slimy little creatures that like half the time they tell me they let them go anyway because like they're conscious of the environment and care about population. I'm just like, wait, you just sat in the hole to then tell me about the cool fish you caught, and you still had to touch the slimy, gross fish and the slimy, gross worm.
I have a strong suspicion that if those guys stayed at home, their wives would have some stuff far worse that they could be doing. Like, so I feel like going out and sitting alone in a shack with your buddies
drinking beers
is so much better than what they could have. But on that note, we've got the ABC tours are starting, so out of respect for them, I think probably we should wrap things up. And I think I see Billy streaming, so I want to be respectful.
It's a good call. Come to -31, -27 DCL ABC Clubhouse. It's the first place I've gone to DCL that isn't a DG casino in a month, and frankly, I like it here better. Don't gamble, kids.
Stay in school.
Yes. Learn to program. Don't go to the casino, even in the metaverse.
All right. Well, yeah, definitely a good time to wrap it up. Thank you, everyone that has come in and shared as well as contributed to the long conversations. And these spaces, like the hope is like at least one of these conversations can spark something that will move the platform forward. So I mean, hopefully, today has inspired a few. I'm definitely inspired.
You're inspired.
But,
I'm expired. It's been a long day.
oh man, my tummy's rumbling. But yeah, like definitely. Although we are in kind of like slow times, awaiting a new platform and whatnot, like all the momentum, at least from the official end, seems to be like they're saving their energy, aka money, hopefully, for when the platform does come in and then come out, or the new client does come out, and then they start, actually advertising and helping with whatever's happening. But the new social media manager is doing great. Like I've seen more interaction from the Decentraland social media account. I it's only the beginning that they're in the position, so time will tell. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, keep an eye out for Beyond the NFT Monday, and yeah, I think that's all for me.
Who's on this
have
Monday?
a great night. Looks like Meta DJ.
Ooh, a lovely gentleman, another person of fabulous energy. He is impossible to not like. Honestly, almost so likable you could not like him, but he rides that cusp just perfectly. Like he's like a make. Like I feel like those dudes are like one of those dudes you're just like you could be in the worst mood, and those motherfuckers will just come into the room and you're like, damn it, I wanted to hate everything, but you guys are here, and now I have to admit that life is okay. It's not so bad. So yeah, lovely dude.
So yeah, tune in everyone. I'll pass it over to you, Vanessa, and yeah, finish this off.
Yeah, I think get food, get outside, go catch some fish or ride a bike or whatever you do to be healthy. None of this matters if your own body and mind isn't healthy. So take care of yourself. And have a good week. And we will see you next week. Let's see what's happening this week. I can't think of anything. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of anything that's happening before we meet again. So we will see you next week.